exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Que l'on ouvre les portes, let the doors be open. Statements by members, déclaration de députés, l'honorable député de Halifax.
The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Masqua Aquatic Club on celebrating their 50th anniversary. Nestled in the waters of Kearney Lake in Halifax West, Masqua is one of Canada's largest and most committed and accomplished paddling club. It's where many in my community learned to swim, took out their first canoe or kayak, got summer work experience, or first hiked through Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes. After an incredibly well-decorated 2023, Masqua has done the unthinkable, and for a second year in a row, we're victorious in the Canoe Kayak Canada Sprint National Championships. Special shout-out to my constituents, Masqua athletes Emily Vadders and Matthew Brown, who just represented Canada in the 2024 Olympic Hopes Regatta in Hungary. Congratulations to head coach Christian Hall, Commodore Perry Giles, the board, coaches, athletes, parents, and supporters. We're all proud of your accomplishments, and here's to the next 50 years.
The Honourable Member from Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you. September 23rd to 29th marks Rail Safety Week. This week serves as a reminder of the importance of keeping our railways and our train yards safe. As we acknowledge the tragedies of the past, we must recommit to the safety of our railways going forward. To our railway workers, you keep our economy moving. You keep Canadians moving. More importantly, you keep Canadians safe. The work you do every day does not go unnoticed. Every year, 375 million tons of freight move across our rails. Millions of passengers are taken safely to their destination. Conservatives will always be there to stand up for our rail workers because you're always there to protect the safety of Canadians. Thank you for keeping Canadians moving safely.
The Honourable Member from Don Valley West.
Speaker, I rise today to congratulate an organization close to my heart, Asthma Canada, celebrating its 50th anniversary this year. In 1974, patients, parents, community members, and leading physicians created an organization dedicated to helping Canadians with asthma lead healthy lives. Since then, its mission has been to ensure Canadians living with asthma enjoy a symptom-free life. 4.6 million Canadians live with asthma. I am one of them. Asthma attacks lead to approximately 70,000 hospitalizations and 250 deaths every year. It's serious. As the former president and CEO of Asthma Canada, I saw the hard work done by physicians, nurses, researchers, educators, administrators, and volunteers striving to engage, advocate, inform, and treat people living with asthma in a patient-centered health charity. Congratulations, Asthma Canada, on 50 years of excellent work. We look forward to 50 more years.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. This year, the Association of Bookstores of Quebec gave the Award of Excellence to a bookstore in my riding. It's owned by a human reading expert. He can give you recommendations for all types of books, history, sociology. He is a true expert in running a bookshop, and he helps everyone in the Saguenay region. He is brimming with enthusiasm, and if you go to find him, you'll surely find him devouring books. This is the third time that the Librairie Marie-Laura bookstore has won this award. We are not ignorant about literature in my riding. Denis Laferrière said that oxygen is necessary for life, but a good book is oxygen for the soul. Congratulations. The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend I had the great pleasure of attending La Festa degli Anziani with a group of Giuseppe Garibaldi Seniors Club. This event to mark National Day of Seniors, which will be celebrated on October 1st, was an opportunity to highlight and be grateful for the contributions of our seniors in our communities. Que ce soit
We brought the retirement age back down to 65 years after the Conservatives had increased it to 67 years. We created the Canadian Dental Care Plan, thanks to which thousands of seniors were able to obtain dental care that they needed. We also increased the guaranteed income supplement by 10%. Our government has demonstrated on countless occasions that it is committed towards seniors.
the number of seniors living in poverty, that means thousands of lives have been improved by our measures. Avec leur
Seniors are wise and very active in their communities. Seniors deserve our support. They're worth it.
Niagara West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As always, I want to thank the constituents of my beautiful riding of Niagara West for the honour to be able to choose and represent their voice in Parliament. I'd also like to recognize the parents, teachers, and students from Heritage Christian School who are in Ottawa today. And I spoke with many of my constituents over the summer, and the overwhelming message to the Liberal government was call an election. Why? These are some of the issues they brought up. Skyrocketing prices of basic items like food and other groceries. Folks mentioned the price of gas. It keeps going up and up and up. And in my riding, a car is a necessity, not a luxury. They said taxes were making it impossible to pay the bills. The carbon tax, everyone wanted this horrible tax scheme scrapped. People were worried about paying for housing, which has doubled over the last 9 years. They mentioned the rising levels of crime, car thefts, and drug addiction. They want an election where they can choose a strong majority Conservative government that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Was at heart a storyteller, and he applied this gift as a teacher to impart knowledge and insights to his students about the world around them. Following a career in education, Dennis made the leap to politics. He was a campaign volunteer and then a constituency assistant to both my predecessor, Clifford Lincoln, and myself. Dennis worked for the No side in the 1995 Quebec referendum and was a leader in Pointe Claire's successful bid to regain its independent city status in Quebec's municipal demerger referendums in 2004. He then served 3 terms as a highly regarded Pointe Claire city councillor. After retiring from politics, Dennis remained active in community affairs. Among other things, acting as a sounding board and wise counsel to public office holders like myself. Dennis Smith believed in education and the politics of reason as fundamental to society's progress. To his wife Karen and son Adam, we extend our deepest condolences.
The Honourable Member for Orleans. Mr. Speaker, today, all Francophones and Francophiles of Ontario and I are celebrating Franco-Ontarian Day. This is a day where we are proud to celebrate our Francophone heritage. We are a strong community. We're united by our love of the French language and our desire for the French language to thrive in the generations to come. In my beautiful riding of Orleans, we are fortunate to have the MIFO Centre. It's a critically important organization whose mission is to support the Francophone community of Ottawa and Eastern Ontario. Recently, a federal investment was announced. There will be a new MIFO Centre built, so it will really thrive. I'd also like to pay tribute to an incredible Orleans Francophone, Denis Gagnon. He passed away on September 12th of this year. He was a pillar in our community. He inspired us with his monthly columns in the Orléanais publication. Happy Franco-Ontarian Day. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives, like thousands of Canadians and Quebecers, no longer have confidence in this Prime Minister or in this government. The NDP kept this government alive on a respirator for months. Now the Bloc wants to take their place. They are not going to support us on our non-confidence motion. The Bloc Québécois must be totally desperate or not care in the slightest about Quebecers in order to save this Prime Minister who's so centralizing and costly. They're keeping this Prime Minister in power even though he's constantly overstepping and meddling with provincial jurisdiction. The Liberal government is going to threaten 1,400 forestry jobs through its decree. The only party working to save the forestry sector is the Conservative Party. The Bloc Québécois, they're terrible negotiators. They're ready to sell their souls rather than give Quebecers the country that they deserve. Will the Bloc finally vote to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime?
The honourable member from Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to celebrate the important work of Jen Well, a grassroots movement tackling one of today's biggest challenges, which is loneliness. As social beings, we thrive on human connection, but in a world where much of our interaction has moved online, in-person connections are more crucial than ever. Jen Well's efforts highlight the alarming reality, which is 50% of Canadians report feeling lonely. The World Health Organization even recognizes loneliness as a global public health concern with impacts as harmful as smoking. I commend Jen Well for their work and invite everyone to join tonight's nonpartisan event to support their mission of fostering human connection. I hope to see you all there.
The honourable member from Kildonan, St. Paul.
After 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime's up, and time's up. Under the Liberal government, repeat violent offenders are getting bail and parole, and justice for victims is being ignored. In fact, 256 people were killed in 2022 by criminals out on bail or another form of release. That's 256 people that could still be alive today if not for this broken Liberal bail system. And just last month, a serial rapist was granted day parole only 4 years after he was convicted of sexually assaulting 5 women while working as a nightclub promoter. Is it any wonder that sexual assaults are up 75%, Mr. Speaker, over the past 9 years? And yet the NDP continues to prop up the Liberals and their soft on crime agenda. They continue to enable putting criminals before victims. But today they can do the right thing and vote non-confidence in this Liberal government. Only a Conservative government will deliver justice for Canadians and bring home safe streets.
The honourable member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. Canadians won an election to decide the direction of this country and the future of the carbon tax. It seems that the NDP leader's pension is worth more to him than the hundreds of thousands of jobs that will be lost due to the quadrupling of this carbon tax. Even the radical NDP premier from BC has flip-flopped on the carbon tax, but not the leader of the federal NDP. He would rather be frenemies with the Prime Minister. Meanwhile, Canadians line up at food banks. The NDP can pull out of its costly coalition with the Prime Minister and vote in favour of our non-confidence motion. Trigger a carbon tax election. Today, on behalf of all Canadians, there's a chance to bring down this costly government. Will the NDP leader have the guts to give Canadians the elections they deserve?
The honourable member from Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I was excited to welcome 56 members of the South Lake Seniors Club from Brampton who are visiting Ottawa to attend question period today. South Lake Seniors Club is a not-profit organization serving seniors in Brampton. Their aim is to stimulate thinking, encourage interest and participation in healthy activities. The club holds regular gatherings, providing opportunities to socialize and participate in cultural and physical activities. They also organize health-related seminars and yoga sessions, as well as bus tours like today's. Thank you, South Lake Seniors Club, for making a difference in our community. I would also like to thank all the hard-working parliamentary staff who have been so helpful in accommodating this visit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today members of Parliament will vote on Bill C-223 for a guaranteed livable basic income in Canada. While the affordability crisis is hurting all people, those who depend on a deteriorating social safety net are hit the hardest. That includes women and gender-diverse people fleeing violence, stuck in abuse because they lack the financial resources to leave. The reason for Call to Justice 4.5 of the National Inquiry into Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls to put in place a guaranteed livable basic income, something that every single member of Parliament in this House admitted to or committed to implement. Also, many senior women who do not have pensions because they spent their lives caring for families who live in poverty, while the many people in the disability community are subjected to legislative poverty due to insufficient programs like the Canada Disability Benefit. MPs need to ensure our constituents are provided with a level of financial support to uphold their charter rights. I urge all my colleagues to do so by voting in favour of the bill and stop punching down on people living in
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. On July 17th of this year, Quebec lost an incredible unionist, feminist, sovereignist, and progressive, Régent Parent. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I wish to offer my sincerest condolences to his loved ones, his wife Pauline, and their children Marie-Hélène, Claudia, and Olivier. As a unionist, he championed the cause of education from the Syndicat de Champlain Union all the way to the presidency of the CSQ. He held the presidency from 2003 to 2012. As a feminist, he was a great ally of women who wanted to take their place in society, some of whom are here today, in fact. As a progressive and a sovereignist, he fought for the future of a Quebec based on social justice, and he was within the left wing of the Parti Québécois. On June 25th, in fact, he finished a column in a newspaper by saying, "I choose a French Quebec as a nation. Long live a free Quebec. Vive le Québec libre." Régent Parent, the Bloc Québécois thanks you.
The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of NDP Liberal imposed misery, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time is up. 2 years ago, the NDP leader sold out workers. He signed on his costly coalition with the Liberal Prime Minister that hiked taxes, ballooned food costs, doubled housing costs, and unleashed crime and chaos in our streets. The sellout NDP leader voted to quadruple the carbon tax, a plan that will grind our economy.
I'm going to invite the Honourable Member to start his SO31. Again, I know SO31s are important to all members, but I'd like to remind the Honourable Member to ensure that the language which is used is not directed to a particular member in a way that would not be parliamentary. The Honourable Member from Miramichi Grand Lake from the top.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal imposed misery, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. 2 years ago, the NDP leader sold out workers. He signed on to his costly coalition with the Liberal Prime Minister that hiked taxes, ballooned food costs, doubled housing costs, and unleashed crime and chaos right in our streets. The sellout NDP leader voted to quadruple the carbon tax.
I'm going to ask the Honourable Member to... I'm going to offer the Honourable Member to continue his statement following... If you could just start a paragraph before, I'll give him 25 seconds to finish his statement.
Canadians need a carbon tax election now to decide between this costly NDP Liberal coalition or common sense Conservatives who will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. It's time for this NDP leader to support our non-confidence motion today or admit that he sold out, thrown in the towel, and caved once again.
So all members, I just want to make sure that we understand it's important for us to be judicious in the uses of our words, especially in regard to each one of us who serve here. It is important that we may have our disagreements, but in regarding a specific person, we need to be very judicious in our comments because we are all colleagues. The honourable member from Ottawa West Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm wearing a Forget-Me-Not pin to recognize World Alzheimer's Month and to stand with the more than 700,000 Canadians living with dementia, a number projected to rise to 1.7 million by 2050. Dementia costs Canadians over $10 billion annually, but the personal toll on individuals and their families is immeasurable. In 2017, this House unanimously supported the National Dementia Strategy, and it remains vital that we continue to work to address this growing challenge. I want to thank the Alzheimer's Society of Canada for the essential work that they do in helping families in our communities and funding research for a cure. I am joined today by colleagues from all parties wearing Forget-Me-Not pins. I wear mine for my Oma. Together, we can work toward a future where Alzheimer's and dementia are diseases of the past. Thank you.
Very good, very good, very good. Oral questions. Questions orales.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The Bloc is voting to keep the Liberal government in power, the most centralizing government in the history of our country. They added 100,000 public servants. They have doubled consulting costs, doubled debt, and the cost of housing. Is it not time to allow Quebecers to vote to cut their taxes, build homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime with a common sense government? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader is offering cuts for programs, cuts for services, cuts in the fight against climate change, all the things that concern Quebecers and all Canadians. They have nothing to offer but austerity and performances here at the House of Commons. They're continued to cut programs like dental care, daycare spots, an investment in pharmacare, an investment to grow our economy with green investments. We are going to invest in Canadians and Quebecers, and they're just there to cut. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. People who are poor are already seeing austerity because of cuts to their budget. They still don't have the means to buy a house, they say, and this dream just gets further and further away for some because the crisis just makes housing prices worse and everything else becomes excessively expensive. In Montreal, when I was housing minister, it cost $500 a month for an apartment. Is it not time to allow Quebecers to elect a government that will build homes? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, if this Conservative leader is so really concerned with single mothers, he wouldn't have voted against more daycare spots or voted against help for children with the CCB. He would not have voted against investment that we're making to create more economic growth for these children and to put more money back in their pockets. But when he was housing minister under Harper, he did nothing for affordable housing across our country, and that's not what we want to be repeated again. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
After 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes up, costs up, crimes up, time's up. Today, we'll vote to trigger a carbon tax election between the costly carbon tax coalition of NDP Liberals who tax your food, punish your work, double your housing costs, and unleash crime and chaos, or common sense Conservatives who will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Why can't we bring it home today?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, again, with the clever little performance of slogans he's memorized without any actual solutions for Canadians. He doesn't care about Canadians. He cares about his own political self-interest. If he cared about Canadians, he wouldn't have voted against dental care. He wouldn't have voted against more spaces at $10 a day childcare. He wouldn't have voted against initiatives that are growing the economy, putting more money in people's pockets. He wants a climate change election. Let's have that election in the right time where we're putting more money in the pockets of Canadians. This is not the time for that. We're going to continue to deliver for Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, he just said he wants a carbon tax election on his plan to quadruple the tax to 61 cents a litre. If so, will he call it today?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I believe this on today we will see that this House does not have confidence in the leader of the Conservative Party. Mr. Speaker, we have delivered, are continuing to deliver, reduced emissions, more money in the pockets of Canadians, and success in the fight against climate change as we create jobs and build a stronger future. We are focused on delivering for Canadians the things that actually matter, while he's focused on slogans and clapping. Mr. Speaker, we're going to focus on being there for Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he's concerned that we're clapping for him. He agreed to a carbon tax election on his quadrupling of the tax to 61 cents a litre, where Canadians will choose between an NDP Liberal government that has taxed their food, punished their work, doubled their housing costs, and unleashed crime and chaos in their communities, or a common-sense Conservative government to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. He's bragging that he has more politicians on his side. Isn't it really the case that in Canada, the people decide?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, with the Canada carbon rebate, the price on pollution puts more money in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadians right across the country. But we already know from his misunderstanding of carbon pricing that the Conservative leader doesn't understand math or economics. What's increasingly clear is he doesn't understand science as well. That's why I'd be happy to give him a briefing on the science of climate change. And good news on this one, it doesn't require a security clearance for it.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc announced a good faith proposal that was reasonable about topics that have already obtained the support of all parties in this House. I would like to know from the Prime Minister if he can give us his word that he will quickly consider the Bloc's proposal to benefit seniors and farmers. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we've already shown many times that our priorities include help for seniors and protection of supply management. We have shown this and will continue to do so. We'll continue to work with other members of this House to deliver for seniors and to deliver for our farmers. We know that there are concerns that we can work together on, and we're going to do so because we're always here to help Quebecers and all Canadians in these difficult times. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, here we go. This is a good opportunity. Seniors for whom he cut their purchasing power, and farmers, not only in Quebec and in Canada, we need to be more specific in terms of the intentions. Will the Prime Minister start a conversation with his sometime partner in the NDP so that we can have this project come to fruition in the timeline set out? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are obviously going to look at this and debate this bill, but if we want to be specific, I'd like to underscore that many seniors in Quebec and elsewhere in the country that I've spoken with this summer said that they saved hundreds of dollars with visits to the dentists that were covered by the Canadian Dental Care Program. And unfortunately, they don't understand why the Bloc is opposed to this care for seniors in Quebec. It saved them hundreds of dollars, and we'll always be here to save seniors money.
The Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
Privatizing healthcare means telling people you either pay up or go to the back of the line. Daniel Smith is privatizing healthcare in Alberta right now, and this Prime Minister is doing nothing about it. Doug Ford is privatizing healthcare in Ontario, and the Prime Minister praises him. Why is this weak Prime Minister letting Conservatives tear down our healthcare system?
I see that the Prime Minister is rising on his feet. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, on this side of the House, we have always defended universal health care, and we will continue to do. But the member opposite has a point. In those provinces, the NDP was unable to stop Conservatives from getting elected and weakening universal health care in all those places. That is why we are going to continue to stand up for universal health care, to stand up for progressive values, and indeed, to stand up to Conservatives.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Power to stop them, but it's too weak to do it. Les conservateurs.
Conservatives want to cut health care services. It's clear. When the Conservative leader and Stephen Harper were in power, they cut roughly $43 billion in health care. The Conservatives want to privatize our health care system like Doug Ford and Daniel Smith. Why is the Prime Minister allowing them to do this? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member knows full well that we're always here to defend our public healthcare system. We are here to invest so that Canadians can have greater access to family doctors. We're here to ensure that there are more mental health services. We're here to require greater accountability and transparency from provinces in terms of the record money we're sending them, and we'll always be standing up to the Conservative provinces that want to cut our health care services. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Prime Minister that's cutting health care. His carbon tax will cost hospitals across this country in heat, in laundry services, in delivering medical equipment. Calculations by the Saskatchewan government show that the carbon tax will cost $175 million, equal to the loss of 1,900 nurses, all to pay the Prime Minister's greedy quadrupling carbon tax. Why won't he get his hands out of the pockets of the provinces and allow our premiers to fund health care?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The Canada Carbon Rebate puts more money in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadian families right across the country while it fights climate change, while it creates growth. Mr. Speaker, fighting climate change is about building a better future for Canadians. This summer alone, insurers are estimating that $7.7 billion in losses are being covered for that. That is something that we have to step up on right now. And the Conservative leader, who doesn't even believe climate change is real, wants to do absolutely nothing about it. That's not good for Canadians. That's not good for our economy.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Hospitals don't get the Canada Carbon Rebate. A measly little check would not replace the $175 million that Saskatchewan hospitals are going to lose to heat themselves, to power their machinery, to deliver their goods. And yet, that's what the Prime Minister imposes. 1,900 nurses could lose their jobs in one province alone because of his greedy carbon tax quadrupling. Why won't he accept our common sense plan to axe the tax and boost funds for health care?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will note that he voted against our plan to increase funding on health care to $200 billion over the next 10 years because he wants a two-tier system like most Conservative premiers in this country. The fact is, climate change will cost everyone in health outcomes, in growth outcomes, in harm to our economy, in harm to our future. He has no plan to fight climate change. Our plan not only fights climate change, it makes emissions lower, puts more growth on the books, and puts more money in the pockets out of 8 out of 10 Canadians, the middle class, and those working hard to join them.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
More disinformation from a flailing and desperate Prime Minister clinging to power. I voted in this Parliament to increase health funding, and in the previous government voted to increase it by 70%, more than his government had. More than that, we did not impose a carbon tax on hospitals. He claims that people are going to get checks. 1,900 nurses could lose their jobs because of the carbon tax in one province alone. A phony rebate check will not make the difference. Now he wants to quadruple the tax to 61 cents a litre. How many nurses are going to lose their jobs while hospitals are stuck paying this quadrupling tax?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, he refers to the Canada Carbon Rebate as a phony check. At least he recognizes that it exists, which is new from just a few months ago. The Canada Carbon Rebate, as defined by, investigated by the Parliamentary Budget Officer, puts more money, hundreds of dollars, back in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadians, exactly the middle class and those working hard to join it, who need support while we fight climate change, while we reduce emissions, while we grow a stronger economy with good jobs for future generations. He has no plan for the economy, no plan for the future.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
My common sense plan is to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. But let's talk about education. The carbon tax will cost Saskatchewan schools $204 million. That's the equivalent of approximately 2,000 teachers losing their jobs, all to pay tax to heat schools in cold Saskatchewan winters. Why is the Prime Minister forcing provinces to cut teachers and education to pay for his greedy quadrupling carbon tax?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
He goes once again with his little performances, Mr. Speaker, the little rhymes and slogans. The reality facing Canadians right across the country, including in Saskatchewan, is wildfires, droughts, floods, issues that are being increased because of the impacts of climate change. And if we do not continue to take ambitious action, future generations will pay dearly for inaction by governments like the government in Saskatchewan. that he wants to emulate. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, we put more money in people's pockets while fighting climate change, and we're going to keep doing that.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, screaming and hollering will not distract from the very serious question I asked. Can he tell us how many nurses and how many teachers will lose their jobs because his greedy carbon tax quadrupling will drive up costs to heat schools and hospitals? How many?
Yeah.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, teachers and nurses across the country are terrified of conservative policies that cut programs, that cut services, that cut supports for the most vulnerable, for those who work hard to care for other Canadians, whether it's their opposition to pharmacare, which would be delivering free insulin and free prescription contraceptives, whether it's investing in a school food program going to help 400,000 kids with more food right across the country. That leader has opposed the things that nurses and teachers care most about. So let's not take any lessons from that guy.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He goes from screaming and waving his arms around erratically when I mention the carbon tax to bragging about a program that doesn't even exist. His multi-million-dollar school food program hasn't served a single ham sandwich, a single little bowl of Kraft dinner, not one meal to one child. It exists to feed bureaucracy in Ottawa, not kids in schools. So once again, put aside the grand dramatic performances and answer the question: how many doctors, nurses, and teachers will lose their jobs because of the quadrupling carbon tax?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I think it'd be instructive to look at how many doctors and teachers have lost their jobs because of Conservative governments over the past number of decades, and that's exactly what this leader is proposing once again. I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, because I once had a job as a teacher, and I was proud of serving kids every day. I haven't just been in this House for 20 years like the Leader of the Opposition.
Colleagues. The Honourable Prime Minister, 15 seconds left on the clock.
Yes, I was proud to be a school teacher, Mr. Speaker, because it was a way of having a positive impact on the lives of thousands of kids over the course of my career. And I'm proud to bring their voices here into this House and continue to put forward how we support our kids, how we support the vulnerable, as opposed to the cuts that they propose.
That's right.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, it's not a race, but let's talk a bit about figures. The proposal put forth by the Bloc for seniors is roughly $1,000 per year for every senior. And it's not interference into the exclusive jurisdiction of Quebec. Dental care is up to Quebec, but OAS is up to Ottawa. If we respect the will of the national will of Quebec, it's fine. Otherwise, well, what's his choice? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, over the past few years, we've invested enormously to help seniors, and we're going to continue to look at ways of helping them. I think we can all agree that vulnerable people, we have to help even more, and that's what we're delivering, a dental care program. But like I said to my colleagues and provincial partners, if those who want to deliver the same program for the same costs, we're very happy to talk to them about it. But for the time being, We are here to deliver for vulnerable people and seniors. Several thousand people across the country have dental care through our program. The honourable member, we can do both, right? These two bills we're talking about, tabled by the Bloc, are in advanced stages. They have been supported at various stages by all parties in this House. The necessary time was given to the government, and it should, even in theory, also garner the support of the NDP. Does he realize that he needs to deliver for seniors sooner rather than later? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, like I said, Mr. Speaker, we are here to deliver for seniors, and we did so and will continue to do so. In terms of the farmers, I made a promise, Mr. Speaker, that no new negotiations for free trade agreements would hamper them or remove anything from the supply management sector. We are here to protect our farmers. This is a strong commitment I made, and we are going to always respect that. We're going to continue to work together to protect farmers, to protect supply management, and yes, to help our seniors. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
2015. New York Times. Headline. Life in Canada, home of the world's most affluent middle class. How things have changed after 9 years of NDP Liberals. The economy today, per capita, is actually smaller than it was 10 years ago. Per capita income has dropped more in Canada than any other G7 country since the year before COVID. The gap between U.S. GDP per capita and Canadian is now 50%, the biggest gap in 100 years. Will the Prime Minister recognize that taxing, punishing, and attacking our businesses is losing us jobs?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
What the Leader of the Opposition refuses to accept is that cuts to services and programs that Canadians are relying on is not going to grow the economy, is not going to help anyone through. We have the strongest balance sheet in the G7 right now, the lowest deficit, the lowest debt to GDP ratio. Companies from around the world are investing in Canada because they believe in Canadians. We are wanting to set that strong fiscal position in service of Canadians who are hurting right now. We want to invest more in dental, more in supports, more in growth and jobs, and he wants to cut at this particular time.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, Canada has the worst mortgage debt, has had the worst housing inflation in the G7, and now has the worst GDP per capita change since the Great Depression, and the worst by far in the G7. Those are the devastating statistics that result in very real human costs. That's the reason we have 1,400 homeless encampments in one province alone and 2 million people lined up at food banks. Won't he realize that doubling housing costs and taxing people's food has very real human costs?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when that individual was Harper's failed housing minister, he built 6 affordable homes across the entire country only. He did not help with the investments that Canadians needed. And his so-called housing plan that he talks about now, which is, again, more performance than substance, lots of slogans, no actual solutions, is not going to deliver for Canadians either. We're doing what he didn't do, which is work with housing advocates, work with municipalities, work with provinces, and deliver the homes Canadians need.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
When I was housing minister, rent and mortgage payments were half of what they are now, and there were almost 200,000 of those affordable homes built right across Canada. Now, this Prime Minister wants to bring in a massive tax on home builders with hikes to capital gains. Now, the most preeminent economist in Canada, Jack Mintz, reveals that would cost our economy 400,000 jobs and $90 billion. Where are those 400,000 unemployed Canadians going to be able to get the food and the money to pay their mortgages?
Before the Right Honourable Prime Minister takes the floor, I'd like to remind all members to please not take the floor when they're not recognized by the Chair. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition is instrumentalizing Canadians who are suffering right now to try and score cheap political points. What he is not offering is any sort of solution for Canadians. We put forward the most ambitious housing plan in decades because we know that working with municipalities, working with provinces, working with nonprofit agencies and charitable foundations is a way of delivering homes. I was just in Vancouver speaking to a young student who got into an apartment because of partnerships that this government set up. These are things that make a real difference in people's lives, but he doesn't care.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, I will comment on one spectacular social housing project of his, and that is the brand new lavish apartment that he bought his friend, the new Consul General to New York. $9 million for his friend Tom Clark to have stunning powder room finished in jewel onyx, crystallo gold quartzite countertops, a handcrafted copper soaking tub, custom bronze bathroom fixtures, $5,000 coffee machine. Did the Prime Minister go and inspect this palace in the sky on his recent trip to New York?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, engaging with international leaders on fighting climate change, on solving global crises, on standing up unequivocally for Ukraine.
Colleagues, just as I said before, just as I said earlier, I would ask all members to please not take the floor unless they're recognized by the Speaker so that we can hear the questions and we can hear the answers. The Right Honourable Prime Minister from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, don't worry, on this side of the House, we're used to casual homophobic comments from the other side of the House. Mr. Speaker, what is it about the...
Colleagues, I heard comments that because it was not on microphone, I chose not to get up. I would ask, nonetheless, that we all treat each other with the presumption of honor and respect. And I'll ask the Prime Minister to please withdraw that comment and to start his comment again under the colleagues. Colleagues, I heard a comment, as I said, which I could not stand up because I did not know who said it. But we should be. But colleagues, I don't appreciate when we would tar the entire members with that concern. And I'm going to ask the honourable member, please, to withdraw that comment, start his question again, and let us presume the better natures of all members of Parliament here. The Right Honourable Prime Minister from the top.
Mr. Speaker, standing up to bullies requires us to call them out on their crap sometimes, and that's what I will do.
I'll invite the Prime Minister once again to rise on his feet. And thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I will happily withdraw my comment if the member who suggested that I was sharing a bathtub with Tom Clark stands up, takes responsibility for his...
As I had indicated to all colleagues here, I was not able to hear or track the source of that statement. And I'm just asking the Prime Minister to be the better person and to please just withdraw the comment and start his question again. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the comment about defecating. I certainly, using the word crap, I shouldn't use that. I know crap is unparliamentary, but I will also, Mr. Speaker, when someone says something that is clearly homophobic, not them, I'm not accusing them of homophobia, I'm saying they made a homophobic...
I appreciate the Prime Minister withdrawing his comment, and the Chair accepts him withdrawing that comment. But as the Speaker had indicated, sometimes in this chair, and for those who have occupied this chair or who will occupy this chair will understand, it is a very difficult decision day to day. I heard a comment, I did not know who said it, and the Speaker chose, for the reputation of this House, for us to move on from that comment. I asked the Prime Minister to withdraw the comment. I appreciate you withdrawing the comment. The Prime Minister, please respond to the question that was asked by the...
Mr. Speaker, I know the very idea of standing up for Canada's rights and values on the world stage makes the Leader of the Opposition's skin crawl. What is it exactly? Is it standing up to fight climate change? Is it standing up for women's rights? Is it standing up for democracy rights and freedom of the press? Whatever it is, he sure doesn't like it when Canada stands proudly on the world stage because he wants everyone to think that Canada is broken. Well, Canada's not broken. Canada's the best country in the world. We're going to make it even better.
The honourable member from Nunavut.
Nunavut are prevented from thriving by the lack of doctors and access to health care. The Conservative leader will want to cut health care, but they will have nothing to cut as the Liberals haven't invested enough in Nunavut. The Prime Minister failed on his promises to deliver the health care people need. When will the Prime Minister invest in the health care Nunavut need so they can thrive?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We signed a historic health agreement with the Premier of Nunavut. We will continue to be there as they deliver health care across the territory. We know how important it is to continue to invest in health care for the North. We know how important it is to continue to defend public health care in this country. We will continue to do that, even though, as the member opposite rightly points out, Conservatives want to cut public health care. They want to kill public health care.
The honourable member from London Fanshawe.
This government has failed to help our seniors age with dignity. Instead of putting people first, they've protected the profits of companies and abandoned seniors. They've let Doug Ford tear Ontario families apart and force seniors into some of the worst private long-term care homes. The military even found that some of these corporations, including one that the Conservative MP for Thornhill lobbied for, weren't giving seniors food and water. Wow. Why won't the Prime Minister put our families and our loved ones before profits?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I agree with the concern the member opposite expressed on security and safety for our most vulnerable seniors. That's why in this House we're moving forward with the Safe Long-Term Care Act later this fall. We certainly are counting on the support of our progressive friends from the NDP, but we hope that all members in this House will stand up and support a Safe Long-Term Care Act because we need to make sure we are protecting and supporting our most vulnerable seniors right across the country.
That's right.
The honourable member from Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, as National Truth and Reconciliation Day approaches, Yukoners in my riding and Canadians everywhere will be reflecting on the painful history of First Nation, Inuit and Métis children being removed from their families and communities, some of them never to return home. For generations, Indigenous peoples were stripped of their cultures and languages. Canada must continue to address the truth and support their healing. Could the Prime Minister inform the House on the government's efforts to rebuild relationships with Indigenous communities and to demonstrate that every child matters?
Great question.
Good question.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I want to thank the member for Yukon for his question and for his deep commitment to reconciliation. On September 30th, we reflect on a dark chapter in Canada's history, one of residential schools and colonialism. We reflect on the ongoing impacts to survivors, their families, and their communities. We are delivering on the calls to action and reconciliation by moving forward on UNDRIP, and we established the National Council for Reconciliation. Indigenous leaders and survivors are guiding our approach. We continue the journey to reconciliation. We will not go back.
That's great.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister says the way he stands up for Canada is by buying a $9 million mansion in the sky for his crony Tom Clark. Well, he goes on Broadway late-night shows to say that they want to applaud that he said that it was a small issue that the Americans had illegally taken $9 billion of our softwood money and cost tens of thousands of jobs. Conservatives got a deal on this in 80 days after taking offices. He's had 9 years and 3 presidents. Why does he keep letting the Americans walk all over him?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr.
Speaker, I was glad to have the chance to speak directly to millions of Americans in this crucial moment and make the argument directly to them that we've been making to policymakers that U.S. tariffs on Canadian softwood lumber hurts American citizens and consumers. And when I go on American television, I make sure to talk up Canada, unlike the member for Calgary Nose Hill who talked down Canada to Tucker Carlson, unlike the member from Thornhill that went on Fox News to talk down Canada. I will always stand up for Canada proudly.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Only he didn't stand up. He backed down. Yes. He's been backing down for 9 years, during which time 3 presidents have imposed illegal tariffs that Conservatives had originally got taken off. And recently, Biden doubled those tariffs, causing 500 mill workers to lose their jobs in British Columbia. They must have been watching that show, seeing the Prime Minister say that their unemployment and their now poverty was a, quote, small issue. Why is it that he thinks he's such a big shot that the jobs of working people are a small issue?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's obvious that the Leader of the Opposition really didn't like that I went down to New York City to talk directly to Americans. Perhaps he would have been happier if I accepted an all-expenses-paid trip perhaps down to Florida to appear at an anti-abortion church. I know he would have been all right with that, because that's what he allows of his own members.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Falsehoods will not change the reality. His record is this. Common sense Conservatives got a softwood deal that reimbursed $4 billion of tariffs the Americans had collected within 80 days of taking office last time. Those tariffs were slapped back on under this Prime Minister, and he's capitulated ever since, not collecting $1 of the tariffs back. In fact, President Biden has now doubled those tariffs. He capitulated on Buy America, capitulated on softwood, capitulated on the Keystone Pipeline. When can we have a government that stops capitulating and starts standing up for Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's the deepest of ironies that during the existential renegotiations of NAFTA, it is the Conservative Party's position that we needed to capitulate to the United States and to Donald Trump. That is not what we did. We stood firm. We protected steel workers. We protected auto workers. We protected agricultural workers and our dairy farmers. We continue to stand up to Americans while we protect jobs in this country, while they were saying, ooh, it's too important. You need to give in to the United States. We didn't. We stood strong. We came out of that with a win-win right across the board.
That's right.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président, il a capitulé.
He signed a deal that kept tariffs on softwood. Tariffs which the Conservatives had previously managed to get rid of. He caved in on Buy America, which discriminates against our companies. He caved in on Keystone, and now Canadians are investing $400 million more in the U.S. than the opposite way. Why has he caved in and let down our construction and forestry workers?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, you should be very careful about reminding people what things were like under Harper when he was on the governing side. Canadians remember very clearly what it was like under that government, which didn't invest in people, which cut back on services, on our armed forces, on police and childcare. They cut all the programs that Canadians depend on and didn't create the growth that Canadians need. We will continue to invest in Canadians and stand up for our steel and aluminum workers. We will be there to defend jobs in Canada. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I'm scratching my head here. I'm wondering how we might not get there, because everyone agrees with the Bloc's bills. So I imagine everyone will continue to support them. The NDP, the Conservatives, the Liberals, all supported our bills. So I wonder if the government will get it in gear, because time is running out for farmers in Quebec, and leaders of all parties have agreed. So in order to get there by the end of October, something's got to give. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to know that the Bloc may be there to support our dental care program for seniors, because that's helping a lot of seniors. We're talking about millions of Canadians, including Quebecers, who've had access to dental services when the Bloc was against the program. But we managed to get it delivered all the same for thousands of people, and we will be there. We will still be there to help seniors with dental care and to invest in their future with housing, and we will be there to deliver the necessary services. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. With that kind of logic, that's how the Liberal government has got to the edge of the precipice. So they should perhaps change their approach a little bit, maybe a little less sparring and a bit more substance. So he says he agrees with being there for seniors and protecting supply management. Everyone agrees. There's been unanimous support. So we need those two bills to get through. Are we going to move forward on this? Yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the direction of this government has always been to move forward, moving forward on investments for our seniors, investments for jobs, for the next generations, moving forward on the fight against climate change and economic growth at the same time. We will be there to work constructively with everyone who wants to deliver the goods for Canadians here in this place. And I'm glad that we're going to continue our constructive and productive conversations with the Bloc Québécois. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He proposes to quadruple the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre on seniors, small businesses and single moms. The Prime Minister spent his summer in a frenzy of high carbon, high taxing, high flying hypocrisy. Newly released data show that he went 92,000 kilometers. In flights on average every 2 days, he went 300,000 liters of jet fuel. Why is it that he punishes working class Canadians with his quadrupling carbon tax when he flies around burning more and more jet fuel?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps if the Leader of the Opposition had actually met with Canadians or talked with media or been out there across the country over the course of the summer, he would have heard the fact that Canadians need support from government programs and services. Canadians want to see $10 a day childcare. Canadians want to see support on dental care. Canadians want to see a national school food program. These are all things that he wants to cut because that's all he's offering Canadians. That shows me he wasn't listening to Canadians he was talking to. He was just making sure he could use them to advance his own political aims. We're offering salute.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
So there you have it. He was charging Canadians for his 92,000 kilometers of flights so that he could go around repeating the promises that he's broken nationwide while taxing them. And his plan is to hike that tax to 61 cents a litre. Mr. Speaker, he emitted more carbon than 114 Canadians combined this summer. Why does the Prime Minister drive people into poverty, children into hunger, with promises he breaks and hypocrisy that he cannot reconcile?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, now Canadians know, Mr. Speaker, in the unfortunate event that that guy ever ends up Prime Minister, he's going to stay at home in his basement on YouTube the whole time instead of meeting with Canadians.
Yeah, that's
right. The Honourable Leader of the The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we can resolve that question right now with a carbon tax election. Mais on sait que le Premier ministre ne veut.
But we know the Prime Minister doesn't want to do that because he has such a bad record on the environment and on the economy. It's not just tax hikes, but Canada is now ranked 63rd out of 67 countries when it comes to the effectiveness of our fight against climate change. So that's the hypocrisy. He's doing nothing for the environment. Is he not willing to try to defend his disastrous record before Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are starting to see that the leader of the Conservative Party has no plan whatsoever to fight climate change, no plan to put more money in Canadians' pockets while fighting climate change, and clearly he doesn't understand that the only way to create an economy for the future is to deal with the environment at the same time. So the Conservative leader's refusal to understand the absolute necessity of continuing the fight against climate change shows how completely out of touch he is with Canadians and Quebecers. The government, the right of women to choose is a fundamental right. Many fear that the Conservative leader and his party will not protect this fundamental right. Does the Prime Minister agree that a party that doesn't defend women's right to choose cannot be considered a pro-choice government? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'd like to thank the member for London West for this fundamental question. Canadian women are concerned when they see the Conservatives, the member for Cypress Hills Grassland, going to Florida, all expenses paid, to promote a future without access to abortion. They are concerned when they see the member for Yorkton Melville, the Conservative member, proposing that not just once, twice, but 3 times proposing limits on access to abortion when the leader votes the other way. The Conservative leader may appear to be many things, but he certainly cannot pretend to be pro-choice. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Well, we've already said that we wouldn't change the law on abortion, and what he's saying is completely false. We will protect women. We will protect women with legislation against violence that has shot up by 53% after 9 years of this Prime Minister because of his policies that releases the most violent reoffenders. Now, will the Prime Minister allow Quebecers to vote to stop crime by putting true criminals behind bars and by making our border safer? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, women in Canada know full well that to be pro-choice means standing up against all those who seek to limit women's rights, who seek to take rights away from women, as we've seen in the U.S., and what we see from this Conservative leader over and over again is that he is incapable of standing up to members of his own caucus who would like to limit access to abortion and who even vote in favor of measures. He even votes in favor of those members. It's shameful, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Completely false, and I could use another word outside of the House to describe stating a falsehood knowingly, but we'll save that for when we are outside the House. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that after 9 years of this Prime Minister's policies, gun crime is up 120%, as he's put all the resources into targeting lawful, law-abiding, trained and tested duck hunters and blown $67 million without recovering a single solitary gun that he promised 4 years ago to ban. Why won't we let Canadians vote to stop the crime and put the real gun criminals in jail?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Every time the Leader of the Opposition stands up to rhyme off his little show, all his MPs
and ask the Right Honourable Prime Minister to start from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, every time the Leader of the Opposition gets up on his feet to rhyme off his little show, his party members applaud enthusiastically. But the two times he just stood up to suggest that he is perhaps pro-choice, silence from his team, Mr. Speaker. He cannot protect women's rights from the members of his own caucus, Mr. Speaker. That's not standing up for women. That's not protecting the future. That's not freedom in this country.
Colleagues, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, what we're seeing from this erratic performance today is a Prime Minister who's like a...
Can I ask the Honourable Member from Richmond Hill to please stay quiet as the Honourable Member has the floor. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition from the top, please.
Beyond the normal fear and falsehoods, what we're seeing from this Prime Minister today is someone who is erratic and lost control of himself because he is so desperate to hold on to power. My question was about car theft. My next one is about Nanaimo drug dens. Drug dens which now are funded and authorized by this government through a permit under the Controlled and Substances Act, which was now cracked down upon by police officers for trafficking illegal substances and having 13 weapons. Will the Prime Minister stop giving the permits for these illegal drug dens so that we can stop the crime and bring home safety?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize that far too many Canadians have been impacted by the opioid epidemic, by the toxic drug crisis. That is why we're doubling down on science and supports on the street. We're there to look at ways to help families through this, to deal with addictions, to lift people out of poverty. And yes, we will partner with people right across the country to do that on things that make sense in their jurisdictions. We're going to stay grounded in science while the leaders opposite choose their ideology as guiding paths.
Yeah, very good.
The Honourable Member from Steveston, Richmond. Richmond East.
Throughout the summer, I met with my constituents and listened to what's on their minds. They want rapid construction of new housing options. They want their kids to have the best possible start in life with $10 a day childcare and nutritious food in the schools. They want to build an economy that works for everyone. They know that in order to do this, we need to make our tax system fair. Mr. Speaker, could the Prime Minister please update this House on the government's plan to create fairness for every generation?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for Steveston, Richmond East for his question and his hard work. This is about fairness for every generation by building more homes, making life more affordable, and creating more good-paying jobs. And today, the House will vote on our plan to make the tax system fairer. We know that fairness is the last thing the Conservative leader and his party care about, and that his agenda is filled with cuts to housing, health care, and freedoms. Well, on this side, we stand with Canadians.
The Honourable Member from Edmonton, Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Israel's horrifying and indiscriminate bombings of Lebanon continue, and Canada is nowhere to be found. Hundreds of civilians have been killed, including 2 Canadians and dozens of children. There are tens of thousands of Canadians in Lebanon. Our constituents are terrified of what will come next. Canada must immediately call for de-escalation, take real action to create peace and safety for everyone in the region. When will the Prime Minister act to save Canadians in Lebanon and their families?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, over the past days, I've spoken with Lebanese Canadians who are deeply worried for their families, and our hearts go out to the loved ones of the 2 Canadians killed. We need to see de-escalation right now from both Israel and Hezbollah. I spoke with leaders this week, including the King of Jordan and the UN Secretary General, along with G7 allies, on the need for urgent de-escalation. Civilians need to be protected. This violence needs to stop, and we need to move on a path towards regional stability and peace.
The honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on the same point, it's clear that world leaders have been calling out for the last year since the horrific attacks of October 7th for restraint and to control the conflict so it doesn't spread as it just is spreading into Lebanon. And we know who the enemy of peace is. Unfortunately, he has a name. He's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And he has put his political career and
Colleagues, I'll ask you to please I'll ask you only to take the floor when you're recognized by the chair. The honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands, one moment, please. And I ask the honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands to conclude her question. She has 10 seconds on the clock.
Mr. Speaker, is that we are allies of Israel, but Israel's Prime Minister is unpopular. He's put his personal ego and political career ahead of rescuing Israeli hostages, and he seems to care nothing about innocent civilians, whether in Gaza.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the violence in the Middle East needs to stop. We need to see hostages released. We need to see Hamas lay down its arms. We need a ceasefire. We need to get back on a path towards a two-state solution where you have a peaceful, secure, democratic Israel alongside a peaceful, secure, democratic Palestinian state. That is Canada's position. That is what we are working with friends and allies and partners in the region are. That's what we will continue to work on every single day to bring peace and stability to that region.
And so comes to an end of question period. The honourable member from Edmonton Griesbach is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. During question period, we clearly heard a very derogatory, homophobic, and cowardly comment coming from the Conservative benches directed at the Prime Minister. Clearly, Conservative MPs heard it because many of them started to laugh. I have listened to the feed on Parleview, and we can hear the remark. Yeah. I urge you, Mr. Speaker, to review the tapes and come back with a ruling. Thank you very much.
I thank the honourable member from Edmonton Griesbach for his intervention. I will take it under advisement and come back to the House if this is necessary. It being 3:34, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division of the motion of Mr. Poilievre relating to the business of supply.
As it is 3:34, we'll now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Poilievre relating to the business of supply. Call in the members.
La question.
The question is as follows.
Mr. Poilievre,
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Nader, moved that the House has no confidence in the Prime Minister and the government.
By Mr. Nader, moved that the House has no confidence in the Prime Minister and in the government. The 10-minute period for voting, for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please vote.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Ms. Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart, Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Stewart, Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto, St. Paul's.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto, St. Paul's.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Madame Petipat-Taylor.
Madame Petipat-Taylor.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. de Brusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Kuzmierczuk.
Mr. Kuzmierczuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Demoff.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Serré. Correction. Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Nur Mohammed.
Mr. Nur Mohammed.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Madame Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Mrs. Thompson.
Mrs. Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Savard. Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilets.
Monsieur Désilets.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Ashton.
Miss Ashton.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
La Chambre attendra.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 120, 120. Nays contre 211, 211.
I declare the motion defeated.
La Chambre procédera maintenant.
The House will now proceed.
La Chambre procédera.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading of Bill C-223 under private members' business.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
By Mr. Green, moved that Bill C-223, an act to develop a national framework for a guaranteed livable basic income, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left who favor the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row.
Quatrième.
Fourth row on my left.
Troisième.
Third row on my left.
McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Deuxième.
Second row on my left.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
First row on my left.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Que tous ceux à ma droite qui
All those on my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
fifth row on my right who support the motion.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième rang.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Area.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Deuxième.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
First row on my right.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Que tous ceux
All those on my left who are opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
cinquième rang.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Tolmy.
Mr. Tolmy.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Aboutaïf.
Mr. Aboutaïf.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Première rangée.
First row on my left.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Ms. Lewis, Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis, Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Que tous ceux
All those on my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Back to Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Mrs. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Lewis, Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis, Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Third row on my right.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Third row on my right.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Second row on my right.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Première rangée à
First row on my right.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Sack.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
La Chambre.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members are not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will now recognize them. I see the honourable member from Willowdale has
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given my exuberance for Bill C-223, I voted twice in error. I would like my vote to reflect yay. I vote in favor. Thank you.
The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Chair. I had a problem with the voting app, and I wish to cast a vote as nay.
Nay compte.
The honourable member from Regina Leuven.
I had a problem with the app as well, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to vote nay.
Mr. Stanley, nay compte.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 54-54, nays contre 273-273.
I declare the motion defeated. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M110 under private member's business in the name of Mr. Elsassi.
Question is as follows. Mr. Elsassi, seconded. Mr. Garretson moves that A, the House recognize that 1. Over 20% of food produced in Canada goes uneaten and wasted, costing the Canadian economy tens of billions of dollars. 2. Les personnes, les familles.
2. Individuals, families, and communities across Canada face critical levels of food insecurity.
3. Surplus food unfit for human consumption may serve as animal feed, supporting farmers and reducing national methane emissions. 4. In 2015, the United Nations set sustainable development goals that included a commitment to reduce food waste by 50% by 2030. May I dispense? I appreciate that a whole bunch. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically is started. The House will now proceed to the vote. We'll start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Elsassi.
Mr. Elsassi.
We will now proceed for members participating in person. All those at my right in favor of the motion, please rise in the 6th row.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald-Malpec.
Mr. McDonald-Malpec.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
No. Back to Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
5th row.
Mr. McDonald-Avalon.
Mr. McDonald-Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
4th row at my right.
Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. Callaway.
Miss Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
3rd row.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Miss Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Miss O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
In the second row.
Miss Scrow.
Miss Scrow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss Zarillo.
Miss Zarillo.
In the first row at my right.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mrs. Hutchins.
Mrs. Hutchins.
Miss Tassie.
Miss Tassie.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Murray.
Miss Murray.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise in the sixth row. In the fifth row.
Whoops.
In the fourth row. Okay, we'll have to go back. Let's go back to the sixth row.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Okay, we sure? Okay, good. In the fifth row. In the fourth row. In the third row.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
In the second row.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
In the first row at my left.
Mr. Massing.
Mr. Massey.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Right, we'll try that again. To my right, opposed to the motion, please rise in the sixth row. In the fifth row. In the fourth row. In the third row. In the second row. In the first row. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
In the fifth row.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Tolney.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
In the third row.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse. Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Miss Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
In the third row.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
In the second row at my left.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Monsieur Bertol.
Monsieur Bertol.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Albultaif.
Mr. Albultaif.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
In the first row.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. To inform the House, the electronic voting period has ended. If members are not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Personne là, n'est quelqu'un en chambre. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 177, 177. Nays contre 150, 150.
I declare the motion is carried. The House will now proceed with the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-378 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Madame Vien, appuyée par Monsieur
Ms. Vien, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moved that Bill C-378, an act amending the Canada Labour Code, complaints by former employees, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities.
Voting electronically has started. The House will now proceed with the vote. Nous commencerons par...
We will begin with the sponsor of the item.
We will now proceed for members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion, please rise in the sixth row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Birubé.
Madame Birubé.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
In the fifth row.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
John.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Quatrième rangée.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Miss Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
In the second row.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Albouteif.
Mr. Albouteif.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
In the first row at my left.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Miss Dancho.
Miss Dancho.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
All those at my right in favor of the motion, please rise in the sixth row.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Gainey.
Miss Gainey.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row.
Donald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenveld.
Ms. Vandenveld.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
In the third row. Miss Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Miss O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Second row. Miss Scrow.
Miss Scrow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Pittspa-Taylor.
Madame Pittspa-Taylor.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Miss Zarillo.
Miss Zarillo.
First row at my right. Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Miss Hutchins.
Miss Hutchins.
Miss Tassie.
Miss Tassie.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Murray.
Miss Murray.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row, fifth row, fourth row, third row, second row, and first row. And all those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row, fifth row, fourth row, third row, second row, and first row. The House will now wait for electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. The electronic voting period has ended. If members weren't able to vote due to technical difficulties, we use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Monsieur Robillard.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Monsieur Robillard, ton caméra.
Your camera's not on.
On ne voit pas.
Je vote pour.
Non, on voit l'autre bord de ton ordinateur. Non. Non, Monsieur Robillard, on ne peut pas te voir.
We can't see you.
Essayez de nouveau. Hein?
Try again.
Non, t'as la caméra à l'autre bord de ton ordinateur. T'es allumé là. Man, flip ton téléphone à l'autre bord là. OK. On va continuer. Before getting the table to compile the results, I just want to thank our caller for such a great job, and also to wish him a very happy birthday. Our clerk, Robert Benoit. Robert, I'm going to pay for that, I know I will. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 326, 326. Nays contre 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skill and Social Development, and the Status of Persons with Disabilities.
The House will now proceed to recorded division, deferred recorded division, for motions at report stage of Bill S-205.
Is on motion number 1. A vote on this motion also applies to motions numbers 2 to 12. Motion number 1. Ms. Ferrari, seconded by Ms. Gray, move that Bill S-205 in Clause 1 be amended. Hey, may I dispense? Thank you so much. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the motion.
Ms. Dancho.
We'll now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion, please rise in the 6th row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
5th row.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
4th row at my left.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
3rd row.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
2nd row.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
In the 1st row.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
All those at my right in favor of the motion to please rise in the 6th row, in the 5th row, in the 4th row, in the 3rd row, deuxième rangée.
Second row. First row.
All those at my right opposed to, well, no, this again, on to my left, look this way. All those at my left opposed to the motion to please rise in the 6th row.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
3rd row.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Ms. McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. Idlow.
Ms. Idlow.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
First row to my right, left rather.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise in the 6th row.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
5th row at my right.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Ms. Said.
Mrs. Zayed.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mrs. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
Ms. Scrow.
Miss Scrow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Petitpas Taylor.
Madame Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
In the 1st row.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Hutchings.
Miss Hutchings.
Ms. Tassie.
Miss Tassie.
Ms. Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Ms. Murray.
Miss Murray.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
La Chambre attendra.
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings.
The electronic voting period has ended. Si les députés n'ont pas pu voter en raison de problèmes de technique.
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Oui.
Il dit oui. Il dit oui.
Oui.
Okay, I'll ask him again. Monsieur Robillard, commences-tu vote?
Oui. Monsieur Robillard, yé pour.
Quelqu'un d'autre en chambre? No.
Anyone else in the chamber?
Results of the vote.
Yes pour 123, 123. Nays contre 202, 202.
I declare motion number 1 defeated. I there declare motions number 2 to 12 defeated. You want to speak?
Ms. Dancho, seconded by Mr. Barlow, moves that Bill S-205, an act to amend the criminal code and to make consequential amendments to another act, interim release and domestic violence reconnaissance orders, as amended, be concurred in at report stage. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government.
Mr. Speaker, we request a recorded vote, please.
A 10-minute period for members of voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Ms. Dancho.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. 6th row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Cannings.
5th row on my right.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
4th row on my left.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
À ma gauche.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Barthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Aboutaïf.
Mr. Aboutaïf.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Et première rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Que tous ceux à ma droite.
All those on my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Sixième rangée.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Cinquième rangée à ma droite.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mrs. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième rangée à ma droite.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Ms. Scrow.
Miss Scrow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Petitpas Taylor.
Madame Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Et première rangée à ma droite.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Hutchings.
Miss Hutchings.
Ms. Tassie.
Miss Tassie.
Ms. Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Ms. Murray.
Miss Murray.
Monsieur Boulleris.
Monsieur Boulleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
La Chambre... excuse-moi, je dois poser l'autre question.
Oh, I have to ask the other question.
Opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Fifth row. Fourth row. Third row. Second row. First row. All those on my right who oppose the motion. Sixth row. Fifth row. Quatrième rangée. Troisième rangée. Deuxième rangée. Première rangée. La Chambre attendra maintenant.
The House will now await the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Monsieur Robillard, vous êtes en mode sourdine.
Mr. Robillard, you're on mute.
Je pense qu'il a dit oui, mais...
I think he said yay, but... Can I confirm that you voted yay, Mr. Robillard? Yes. Okay, we heard you that time.
I see that the honourable member from Courtenay Alberni is rising.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, due to technical difficulties, I wasn't able to vote on my app. I'd like to record a vote of yes. Thank you.
Mr. Johns, yay pour.
D'autres personnes?
Anyone else?
Le bureau.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 323, 323. Nays contre 1.
I declare the motion carried.
Time. Now? Now. Ms. Dancho, seconded by Mr. Barlow, moves that Bill S-205, an act to amend the criminal code and to make consequential amendments to another act, interim release and domestic violence reconnaissance orders, be now read a third time and do pass. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to invite a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair, the honourable member from Kildone and St. Paul's. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
In person, all those to the left in favour of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Cinquième rangée à ma droite.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Kana.
Mr. Kana.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
First row at my left.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Ms. Lewis, Haldeman, Norfolk.
Mrs. Lewis, Haldeman, Norfolk.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Que tous ceux à ma gauche.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
5e rangée à ma gauche.
Fifth row at my left.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Right.
McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
4e rangée à ma
Fourth row at my right.
Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yakano.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Cedar Rampton East.
Mr. Cedar Rampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mrs. Vandenbelt.
Mrs. Vandenbelt.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
3e rangée à ma droite.
Third row at my right.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fagascados.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Kuzmierchuk.
Mr. Kuzmierchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
2e rangée à ma droite.
Second row.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Petitpas Taylor.
Madame Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
1e rangée à ma droite.
First row at my right.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Boulderis.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Que tous ceux à ma
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
5e rangée.
Fifth row.
4e.
Fourth row.
3e.
Third row.
2e.
Second row.
1e.
First row.
Que tous ceux à ma droite.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
Rangée.
Sixth row. Fifth row. Fourth row. Third row. Second row. First row.
La Chambre attendra.
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Oui. Monsieur Robillard, yay pour.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 321, 321. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, the government orders will be extended by 92 minutes. Je désire informer la...
I wish to inform the House that due to recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 92 minutes.
Informer la Chambre que on peut pas.
I wish to inform the House that we cannot extend government orders by more than 90 minutes. So, government orders will be extended by 90 minutes.
Will be extended by 90 minutes. I see the honourable. Je vois que l'honorable.
I see the honourable member for Outremont rising on a point of order. The honourable member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As honourable colleagues have done in the past, I seek unanimous consent to change my vote. I wish to change my vote for C-378. I wish to change my vote to be yay in favour, Mr. Speaker.
Voilà, merci. Demander à l'honorable député à répéter quel projet de loi.
I ask the honourable member to repeat which vote. My vote on C-378, Mr. Speaker. I wish to vote in favour.
Juste informer la députée.
I wish to inform the member that no members voted against the motion. The vote was unanimous in favour.
L'honorable ministre, I see that the honourable minister for Crown Indigenous Relations is rising on his feet on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was here just before you announced the last vote. Unfortunately, I wasn't recognized. But I understand the last two votes where I did vote, both in favor, were not registered. I'm just wondering if you could clarify that. And if it's not registered, then I'd like to ask for your consent to be registered as in favor.
Thank the honourable minister. We will check our records. So I'd like to inform the honourable minister that we have one of his votes recorded. That was for the consent stage, but not for, sorry, the opposite. It was for third reading, but we need to have your vote recorded. We need to seek unanimous consent of the House to have your other vote considered.
Speaker, if I may seek unanimous consent for my vote on S205 to be registered in favor, please.
All of those opposed to the Honourable Minister moving the motion will please say nay. I'm afraid there is not unanimous consent. I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Members using their earpiece at this time will have to readjust the volume. Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform members that earpieces will now be reset. Members using earpieces right now will have to reset the volume.
Je vois que l'honorable député et secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Member and Parliamentary Secretary is rising on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I believe that Bill C-205 for the Conservative member for Peterborough Kawartha, and I wish to request a vote in favour of that bill.
On va vérifier si son vote.
We will check the member's vote to see whether it was recorded.
Bien, l'honorable député veut.
The Honourable Member wishes to seek the unanimous consent of the House.
Elle aimerait demander.
She wishes to seek the unanimous consent of the House to change her vote, to be able to vote in favour of motion 1. May I ask the member to rise to request unanimous consent?
Je vais inviter l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
I invite the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to come to the table to speak to the clerk, and we will get sorted out. In the meantime...
Alors, je comprends que tout est correct avec l'honorable député de...
All is well for the member for Outremont. We do not need unanimous consent.
Lawrence is rising on a point of order. The honourable member.
Yes, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm seeking unanimous consent of the House to change my vote, which was incorrectly recorded as a no, to a yay on Bill S-205 on the concurrence of the report.
All those opposed to the Honourable Minister moving the motion will please say nay. Forgive me. For the member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. J'espère que ça va pour tous les députés.
I hope everything's fine. Members are okay with their votes. That's great. Now, government orders. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. Tabling of documents.
You don't have anything? Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committee, the Honourable Member from Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 69th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. The committee advises that pursuant to Standing Order 91.1(2), the Subcommittee on Private Members' Business met to consider the items added to the order of precedence on Friday, June 14th, 2024, as well as the orders for the second reading of private members' public bills originating in the Senate, and recommended that the items listed herein, which it has determined should not be designated non-votable, be considered by the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to Standing Order 91.1(2), the report is deemed adopted. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. First, the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin. Second, the Honourable Member for Spadina-Fort York on immigration, refugees and citizenship. And third, the Honourable Member for Courtenay-Alberni in regards to health. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member, Mr. Morant, seconded by Mr. Albus, moves that the 16th report of the Standing Committee on Finance, presented on Monday, February 26, 2024, be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Member from Charleswood, St. James, Mississinaboia, Headingwood.
Amazing colleague, the member from Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola. And I just have to say, Mr. Speaker, what an honor it is to rise on behalf of my constituents, the great people of Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley. Every day I come here, I think about what we can do as members of Parliament to make their lives just a little bit better. And it's also an honor for me, Mr. Speaker, to serve as a member of the Standing Committee on Finance, where I've been for the most part since I was elected in 2019, with a brief stint along the way on the Foreign Affairs Committee. The members of the Finance Committee serve a vital role as the only opposition party focused on holding this Liberal government to account. Mr. Speaker, people are suffering across this land from coast to coast to coast after 9 years of the most incompetent and out-of-touch government in Canadian history. And that's why I think it's very important to point out the extraordinary display of hypocrisy we just saw unfold in this chamber. Just 2 weeks ago, in the throes of the Elmwood-Transcona by-election, the leader of the NDP got up on his feet in front of the cameras, held up a copy of the coalition agreement and said, "I'm ripping it up. I'm done with the Prime Minister. It's over. The gloves are off." And, I can't help but thinking, Mr. Speaker, that you know, I think they thought they were going to lose that by-election. And so they knew that the Liberals were dragging them down, and so they got up, the leader got up in front of the cameras, and he said, I'm ripping up the coalition agreement, and I'll...
Order. There seems to be some conversations going on, and I'm not sure what those conversations are about, but I would ask members to please have those conversations out, because it is interrupting the proceedings. The honourable member for... okay.
Just the extraordinary display of hypocrisy that just occurred in this House, never before seen on a level like that in this House, in the history of this country, in the history of this austere chamber. And what happened? He knew he was going down. We had a great candidate. I was on the doors with him many, many, many times. Colin Reynolds, construction electrician, a guy on the executive of his local IBEW union board, who grew up in the area and really connected with the residents. And so he knew he was going to lose that by-election. So what did he do? I said, I'm ripping it up. I'm done with the Prime Minister. And unfortunately, the people of Elmwood Transcona, they deserve better. They deserve better than having the leader of the NDP try to fool them into thinking he is a man of principle. However, he is not, and that was established today, Madam Speaker. In front of the entire country, the man who said, I'm ripping up the agreement, got up and taped it back together, Madam Speaker. He taped it back together and he got up on his feet and he said, I believe in this Prime Minister. I'm voting with this Prime Minister. In fact, he said, I have confidence in the Prime Minister. The height of hypocrisy is on a level never, as I said, never ever before seen on the floor of this chamber. And Canadians won't forget it, and the people of Elmwood Transcona won't forget it come the next election. Now, on the issue of this report, Madam Speaker, as I said, I sit on that committee. Conservatives really are the only members on that committee that are doing their best to hold the government to account. And we had some great ideas for the report that our other colleagues from other parties on the committee would not support. And so for the people watching, we attached a dissenting report to the report, which we're allowed to do, and anyone who wants to look it up online, they can read the dissenting report. But I wanted just to go through some parts of it. But before I do, I also want to just circle back for a second, just to look at part of the Liberal government's record. In 2015, in order to fool Canadians into voting for him, the Prime Minister promised to balance the budget by 2019. And of course, that never happened. In fact, he doubled the national debt in 9 years. That's right, it doubled. It's hard to get your head around that, for people to get their heads around that, Madam Speaker, but just to put it in perspective, in 2015, when the Prime Minister first was elected to office, the national debt was $616 billion. Today, it's over $1.2 trillion. He has spent more in debt than all other prime ministers from 1867 to today combined. Today, the interest on that debt is $52 billion a year, more than we spend on health care, more than we spend on defense, and in fact, more than we actually collect in the GST. And so it's important for people watching to know that when they go out and they buy something in the store, and the store adds on the GST, that money is going directly to paying the interest on the massive historic debt that this Prime Minister has managed to rack up. And so at committee, Conservatives made a number of common sense recommendations that were rejected by the NDP and Liberal members. And one of the recommendations we made at committee, Madam Speaker, which we had hoped would be a recommendation in the report, was to axe the carbon tax. And the reason we wanted to axe the carbon tax is pretty straightforward, and I'll go through some of those points, Madam Speaker. You know, we had, for example, the Governor of the Bank of Canada, Tiff Macklem, who came to committee and told us that the carbon taxes are inflationary, and that by cutting the carbon tax, inflation would come down by 0.6%. bringing CPI back into the bank's target range. Now, the government has had an opportunity to start with the government has an opportunity now to start with a carbon tax on farmers. Our common sense conservative Bill C-234 should be passed immediately in its original form to take the tax off farmers to help lower food prices. And I know it's been said many, many times in this House, but you know, when you tax the farmer that produces the food, and you tax the trucker that ships the food, and you tax the grocer who stocks the food costs more. And what's the result? 2 million Canadians lining up at food banks. Historic numbers of homeless encampments across this country. You know, Madam Speaker, just last year as part of the Finance Committee's, or earlier this year as part of the Finance Committee's housing study, we had Mayor Cam Guthrie from Guelph at committee, and I asked him, I said, he was elected in 2014. I said, the year you were elected, Mayor Guthrie, how many homeless encampments were there in Guelph? He said, 0. I said, well, how many are there today? He said, 20. That's just one example, and I made a speech about this the other day in the House, and I went through the litany of housing hell stories across this country as a result of the apocalyptic, terrible, historically terrible housing policies of this Liberal government. Never before, $82 billion on the National Housing Strategy, never before has so much been spent to achieve so little, Madam Speaker. It's time to axe the failed and inflationary carbon tax that makes gas, groceries, and home heating more expensive, and to bring down inflation so that Canadians can once again earn powerful paychecks so that they can afford nutritious food and a home in a safe neighborhood. It seems like a simple ask, part of the Canadian dream, but that dream has been broken by the failed policies of this Liberal government. And we said there should be we said to axe the tax, and we also talked about building more homes, Madam Speaker. There's a housing crisis in this country. Time flies when you're having fun. I see I'm just down to 1 minute. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We need to build more homes in this country. Again, we have a housing crisis. We have an affordability crisis. We need to build millions of homes, and the Liberals and the NDP voted against our common sense conservative bill, the Building Homes Not Bureaucracy Act. They voted against it, a bill that would have got those houses built, but instead they just got in the way. They are the gatekeepers of this House of Commons. They got in the way of a common sense bill that would help Canadians, and of course we need to fix the budget and we need to stop the crime. Let's bring it home, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you know, as we're listening, the Conservatives never miss the opportunity to actually work for Canadians, Madam Speaker. We were supposed to be discussing Bill C-71 tonight, which is Lost Canadians. Those that this Conservative government, when they were in power, actually stripped the ability of Canadians to retain or gain their citizenship. And I actually wanted to debate this bill tonight because it affects my daughter, who was born abroad and has lived here all of her life, in actually ensuring that her children have Canadian citizenship. So I asked the member, why is it that we have to hear the same slogans over and over and over again, rather than doing the work that we're doing on this side of the House for Canadians?
The Honourable Member Charles Wood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Well, I will agree with the member on one point. She said that Conservatives never cease to work for Canadians, and in fact, that is absolutely correct. We will never cease to work for Canadians, and that's exactly what we're doing right now. And I will take no lessons from a member who literally was holding hands with Mahmoud Abbas in Ramallah less than a year ago after what happened on October 7th.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for their speech and all the work he does at the Finance Committee. Well, we're talking about the pre-budgetary consultation report that was printed last February. Well, then there was the government budget, and I'd like to ask my colleague if he finds the budget presented last spring did it really reflect what we heard at the consultations and the report we presented?
Boy Headingley.
Well, as I said, Conservatives tabled a dissenting report, and that report was based on testimony that we heard from many witnesses at committee that said that the carbon tax was just a terrible policy that was making life harder for everyone, that we needed to take tangible steps to build more homes, that the budget was out of control, and in fact the budgetary spending was the actual cause for spiking inflation and making everything more expensive for everyone. And we heard testimony that we needed to bring in things like mandatory minimum sentences and consecutive sentences in order to help stem the tide of crime in this country. So the reason those things are in a dissenting report is for the very reason my colleague mentions, is that our colleagues in the Liberal and NDP party on the committee would not agree to listen to what the witnesses said.
And comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Albany. Oh, sorry, I have a point of order. The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Madam Chair, thank you. I'd like to take a point of personal privilege with regards to the member and his comments to me. With regards to my government work that I did abroad, I am a Canadian citizen and an Israeli citizen who's dedicated my life to 30 years in peace building. And he took
yeah. I would just say that is more a point of debate than it is a point of privilege. The Honourable Member, point of order, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Albany.
I think actually the minister has a point, that she simply asked the member a question in relation to what he said on the floor of the House of Commons, and he went and took the time to insult my colleague. That is totally unacceptable, Madam Speaker, and it should be that he should be apologizing to the House.
Sorry, this is all part of debate, and I do want to remind members to be careful on the wording. This has caused a bit of disorder, and so I just want to remind members to please be careful on what they're saying in the House. I'm sorry, I don't recognize individuals that are not in their chairs. So now we go to questions and comments. The Honourable for Courtenay Albany.
Colleague talked about the by-election in Elmo-Transcona, and he talked about small business people. Madam Speaker, for 7 years, the NDP led the charge to cap credit card merchants' fees and forced this government to do something. The Conservatives, Madam Speaker, they sat silent for 7 years while small business people paid some of the highest credit card fees in the world, Madam Speaker. Leila Dance, who won Elmo-Transcona, who ran the Transcona Business Improvement Association, the reason she won is because small business people saw right through the fact that the Conservatives are actually just there for big corporations, Madam Speaker. So my question through you is, why were the Conservatives silent and standing up for Visa and MasterCard instead of small business owners in this country?
Honourable Member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
That's pretty rich, Madam Speaker, from a member whose party voted with a government that spiked inflation higher than it's ever been before, quicker than it's ever been before, making everything more expensive. And as much as they like to talk about how inflation has come down to the 2% target, the damage has been done. Everything is more expensive. So good on him for taking on credit card interest, but the reality is that the policies he supported were seriously detrimental to affordability in this country, and Canadians are suffering now because of that.
Wow. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, and it's always a pleasure and an honor to rise on behalf of the good people of Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, and I'm very proud to be sharing this time with the previous member. Madam Speaker, the Finance Committee has a very important job. In fact, it's rare because in our standing orders it actually says that the Finance Committee must travel and hear widely from Canadians as it does its deliberations. But Madam Speaker, as we've heard from the leader of the of Canada's Common Sense Conservatives, Canada does have a problem. We have a gate gatekeeper economy, Madam Speaker. And a gatekeeper economy means, Madam Speaker, that there are many people that are seeking prosperity, seeking opportunity, but cannot do so because of the various gatekeepers that are closing in. And Madam Speaker, as a member of the Finance Committee, a previous member of the Finance Committee, I should say, I took great pride in the effort to try to hear testimony when we travel to sometimes remote locations, Madam Speaker. But one of the key problems we do have is that for the average citizen, let's call them, John Smith or Jane Doe, for the average individual, Madam Speaker, they don't have a lobbyist here in Ottawa. And oftentimes, it's actually lobbyists that are the ones that are coming to the Finance Committee. And the number one recommendation they are always making, Madam Speaker, is to spend more money. Now, when we talk about the costly coalition of an NDP Liberal, sometimes supported by the Bloc, but mainly the NDP Liberal government, Madam Speaker, it's because there is never a dollar that they could not find something to spend on. In fact, Madam Speaker, let's go harken back to the first majority that this government had. The Treasury Board president at the time said, we're going to do a spending review. And Madam Speaker, the spending review that they did came back that actually found that they needed to spend more money. That's the kind of situation where we have, Madam Speaker, no leadership, no priority except to spend others' money. In fact, Madam Speaker, when I speak about this issue, often I refer that Ottawa, in terms of the government, has a spending problem. It doesn't have a revenue problem. Yet there isn't a tax that this government won't look to increase. Every April 1st, we see a hodgepodge of different taxes, starting with the carbon tax. And Madam Speaker, it doesn't matter what province you are from, the exception of Quebec, Madam Speaker. Every April 1st, we see, again, an NDP government, our NDP Liberal government raising the carbon tax. In fact, if you go to the BC NDP government's own budget documents, on page 75, they actually say the federal government is responsible for us having to raise our carbon tax. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to just take a quick moment to point out that the members for Foothills has actually asked the government about carbon tax 1 and carbon tax 2. Yes, there is a series of regulations that have ended up, and of course they've been fully costed by both the government and the Parliamentary Budget Office. But the government's own analysis, Madam Speaker, is each one respectively combined is a tax on the economy of up to, if not higher than, $40 billion per year. Let's be mindful that the leader of the NDP has always advocated for more taxes to come to Ottawa. He's talked about not supporting carbon taxes, but we shall see, Madam Speaker, because he also talked about not supporting this Liberal Prime Minister anymore. In fact, he famously now tore up, I'm tearing up the agreement, Madam Speaker, for confidence and supply. And he said that the Prime Minister shouldn't be Prime Minister. And yet, Madam Speaker, he comes to this place today, and what did the NDP leader and his caucus do? They supported this government. So, Madam Speaker, it would be really interesting to see what happens April 1st of next year, where we have things like the carbon tax set to increase. We have things like excise tax on alcohol, Madam Speaker. We'll see what happens at that particular juncture. But, Madam Speaker, I'm going to go back to the gatekeeping economy and the lobbyists and whatnot. Madam Speaker, they always come and they present something. When I speak to my constituents, they are talking in terms of that they're barely able to keep on with what they have, whether that be affording, nutritious food. Sylvain Charlebois, the food professor at Dalhousie, has said that people are making the very difficult choice between nutritious food and the cost, and they're more siding with the cost. We should be concerned, Madam Speaker. We should be concerned that many of our constituents are going to food banks because they cannot afford to pay their carbon tax, their income tax, Madam Speaker, all the taxes that this government continues to raise. So, Madam Speaker, we also, who speaks for those people, Madam Speaker? They don't have a lobbyist. We are supposed to speak for them. We are the ones who are ultimately responsible for either giving the government supply or denying it. So again, we had a confidence vote today where we saw both the Bloc and the NDP side with the Liberal government. Now, Madam Speaker, I believe that we need to be looking more to our constituents rather than the recommendations of lobbyists that show up at the Finance Committee and others. So, Madam Speaker, we also need to consider that our average, the average, again, John Smith or Jane Doe, especially if they're younger, are having critical shortages of housing. Now, this Liberal government has said every single fall economics update and every budget, oh, this is the big thing and we're going to address that. Madam Speaker, they have not. They have not addressed things like chronic homelessness. They have not addressed the fact that young people cannot get into the market even when they save and scrimp to get there, Madam Speaker. They keep talking about all the different programs that they offer and how that's going to alleviate the system. But again, Madam Speaker, going back to that gatekeeper economy, we have it where many municipalities, particularly in those large urban centers, yes, I'm talking about the census metropolitan areas, where people, city councillors, are choosing not to build housing in sufficient quantities. And Madam Speaker, this is caused where, again, if you have a massive demand for housing, which has only gone up and due to the policies of this government, Madam Speaker, if we continue to allow gatekeepers, such as municipal councils, to basically stop the investment of new housing, in BC, in the past year, we've seen housing starts drop by 34%. Madam Speaker, that is going to create an affordability challenge, a crisis again. This government and politicians that support it constantly talk about the housing crisis, and yet there's very little discussion about putting pressure on municipalities. In fact, Madam Speaker, the government's own housing, so-called housing accelerator, I called it a slush fund for municipalities. They are essentially allowing municipalities, writing them checks for not increasing housing stock. Even in Kelowna, which a part of my riding is in Kelowna, if you actually read through the Housing Accelerator plan, Madam Speaker, it actually talks about that they can actually invest the dollars that they're given from it in things like bike lanes and bridges and sewers. There's no onus on the city of Kelowna to help build a single house. There's not an actual commitment for that. So, Madam Speaker, this is the problem. We have a government that fails to acknowledge that municipal councils are those gatekeepers, instead of putting up a set of incentives that actually reward those who are building and punishing those that are not. They've essentially written out blank checks to these municipalities, Madam Speaker. And you know what? They also have been picking winners and choosers. I know the city of West Kelowna, Summerland, the District of Summerland, District of Peachland, all applied for the same funding. Madam Speaker, didn't get anywhere with this government. So again, the scattershot approach, Madam Speaker, is not working. And again, it's those young people that I want to focus on, because all of us here love this country. I really believe that we do. But the problem is if we continue to deliver the same kind of results, Madam Speaker, those young people are going to feel alienated, and they're going to either opt out, not vote, or they're going to vote for very extreme choices. Now, the member for Carleton, Madam Speaker, as I've said before, has been adamant that he and our party will build the homes. So, Madam Speaker, on this concurrence debate, we need to discuss more about, again, axing the tax. We need to build more homes. I wish I could get to fix the budget and stopping the crime, Madam Speaker, but I'm running out of time. Thank you. Looking forward to questions in this chamber.
And comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. And sadly, we see the Conservative Party continues to want to play the game of filibustering and at a significant expense. The real people that the Conservative Party is actually penalizing by this behavior is actually Canadians. Canadians are feeling the impact of a conservative opposition party that continues to feel entitled to thrive for their thirst for power and filibustering government legislation to the degree they won't even allow it to go to committee. Does the member not recognize that the official opposition does have a role to play, that it also assists and can help Canadians?
The member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, because we do not agree with this government's agenda, that's called a democracy where people can disagree. And I would also just disagree with the whole statement that the government thinks that it has the right issues today. Madam Speaker, my constituents are talking about the unaffordability of just being able to pay their bills, Madam Speaker. They want to see us axe the tax. They also want to see us talk about housing. Madam Speaker, it's politicians that say there's a crisis and then they do nothing about it. In fact, they talk about other things. Madam Speaker, the common sense Conservatives, we are the party that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Madam Speaker, those are the priorities of my constituents.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and he's a colleague that I have the pleasure of working together with on the Finance Committee and have for some months now. At the beginning of his speech, he said that the government was spendthrift. And one of the things the government spends the most on is supporting the fossil fuel industries like oil and natural gas. For example, there's the Trans Mountain Pipeline that costs $34 billion. And there's also the carbon capture and nuclear plants in the oil sands that's used there. So $83 billion plus $23 billion. So does my colleague like me believe that that spending should be cut back? The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question from the bloc. In politics, I give my support where the government taxes the correct amount.
For example, this member at Finance Committee raised legitimate questions about the so-called luxury tax, a tax on workers that actually we had industry come in and say this will harm the industry and we will push business to the United States and to other places. So that's a policy that I 100% agree with my Bloc Québécois member. Madam Speaker, I would also suggest that he may want to take a look at l'Énergie de West.
Western energy, particularly natural gas.
Home province of British Columbia, Madam Speaker. We could be doing good things on the environment and the economy. We can be helping displace dirty coal right across the whole country, across the whole world, Madam Speaker. These are some of the things we should have discussions about, and I hope that we will with this gentleman and his party in the future.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Madam Speaker, my honourable colleague spoke about the number one issue being affordability for his constituents. I can tell you that's the same issue that I've heard in my riding of Vancouver Kingsway. We come from the same province. Now, the NDP has addressed that in a number of ways, and one of the ways we did that was by bringing in dental care for 9 million people so that the thousands of dollars that someone would have to pay on dental care out of their pocket would no longer be the case for them. We also brought in pharmacare, and we know with diabetes medication, I've talked to many, many people who have to spend thousands of dollars every year on diabetes medications and devices. Can he explain to us, if he's truly concerned about affordability, why he and his party voted against those two measures, which take thousands of dollars of expenses off some of the most low-income Canadians in Canada, which would obviously ease their affordability issues? Why did he oppose that?
Far from a brief question. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, a brief answer, please.
Okay, I'll be very quick. I'll give the member a practical example. My understanding is in the Similkameen and in Penticton proper there has not been any sign-ups for a dentist. Maybe there has been one now, Madam Speaker. But for the NDP to be touting that this program is widely available and accessible to people, Madam Speaker, I've had people in Kelowna that have told me that they've tried to go to a different dentist, but the new dentist requires a numbers of x-rays that cost hundreds of dollars, Madam Speaker, and they cannot afford that. So, Madam Speaker, this member may believe his own rhetoric, but when you actually talk to the people that are trying to access the so-called dental program, they can't. Madam Speaker, it is smoke and mirrors, and many people have phoned me specifically because they know I'm a Conservative and they want that feedback heard on the House of Commons floor.
I don't think that was a brief answer either, but it's okay. I think it was about the same amount of timing. So questions and resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm hoping to be able to address the motion that's been brought forward as liberally as both the mover and the seconder have addressed the motion in terms of all over the place in regards to the government agenda and some of the things that the Conservative Party of Canada would like to be able to do. Madam Speaker, you know, it's interesting. We just finished having a confidence vote. And the Conservatives Party of Canada, in their great thirst or hunger for power, will do whatever it takes, period, end of story, in order to get what they want, not necessarily what Canadians want, Madam Speaker, what the leadership of the Conservative Party wants. And it's unfortunate because there is a substantial cost to the behavior that we are witnessing day in and day out from the Conservative Party. Their single focus is nothing more than to cause an election. Fortunately, other political entities in the House of Commons today recognize that we are not here to serve the Conservative Party. We are here to serve and provide for Canadians in all regions of our country, Madam Speaker. And I truly believe that in the last election, all parties were given a mandate. And that mandate, Madam Speaker, was to work cooperatively in looking for ways in which we can provide the type of supports that Canadians want to see and expect, not only of the government of the day or the Liberals, but also from the New Democrats, members of the Bloc, and, in fact, Conservative members of the House of Commons. I can tell you that the Conservative Party has been consistent since day one after the last federal election. All one needs to do is to take a look in terms of the actions that they have taken. And it has been greatly amplified over the summer, to the degree in which they're getting even a little bit giddy, I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, I would have to add to that giddiness that there is some serious issues that are flowing out of the leader of the Conservative Party's office. And that really concerns a lot of Canadians. Because what we have witnessed is a Conservative Party shift to the right, to the extreme right, where we have even seen progressive Conservative prime ministers be exceptionally critical of the new Reform Conservative Party that we see today. I'll do more than one. I can name three. Joe Clark, Kim Campbell, and Brian Mulroney. All three of them have been critical of today's Conservative Reform Party. Joe Clark will tell you that he never left the Progressive Conservative Party. This party left him. And I can tell you that Brian Mulroney is on the record of saying that this Conservative Party has amputated the progressive nature of the Conservative Party. Some of the stuff that Kim Campbell says is unparliamentary, so I won't tell you what Kim Campbell has to say, in particular about the leader of the Conservative Party. The Conservative right that is so heavily influenced by the MAGA movement coming out of the States and the types of things that we're seeing in the States, Madam Speaker, that Canadians do not support or like, or in good part are in fear. There's a very negative side to politics, that state side that Canadians do not like. And it's interesting, we had a vote today. And I can tell you, here's the type of information that goes out. I don't know how they got a specific email address that gets funneled to me, but here we are having a vote on the confidence motion. And the Conservatives lose it. They didn't get what they wanted. Within minutes, an email goes out because I actually received the email, Madam Speaker. And I don't know how it is my name got on it. I suspect it's got to be a fairly extensive list. But here's one of the quotes directly from the email from the Conservative Party of Canada. Blank, I'll let you fill in the name, is spineless, he's a fake, a phony, a fraud, and a liar. Madam Speaker, these are very strong words. And this is something in which the Conservative Party of Canada today is sending out to literally, I suspect, millions of Canadians. I have no idea how I ended up on this list, and we'll see if using their AI, they're going to find out how I did, Madam Speaker. But I can tell you, it's not the first one I got in the last few days. And at the very end, what do they want? They want me to donate, Madam Speaker. No. Oh, don't worry, I will not be donating. Resist. I can tell you, it's easy to resist it. But the Conservative Party today is all about misinformation. It's about negative as bottom, as low as you can get into the gutter, they'll go. At least the leadership of their office of the Conservative Party today. They don't have any problem in terms of going low. In fact, Madam Speaker, you know, a couple of weeks back, I can't really recall when it was, I was on a CTV panel, and there was no Conservative representative, and I'm told, well, they kind of don't want to participate in panels. And yesterday I was on a CBC panel, and they don't participate on CBC panels. And then yesterday, the leader of the Conservative Party and the Conservative Party has made a decision. They don't like CBC and CTV. So now, as one of them says, here, you know, so now, Madam Speaker, they're saying, we don't want to be accountable through media like the CTVs of Canada or the CBCs, because they don't have confidence in those national news broadcasters, Madam Speaker. Because they don't want to answer the questions that are being posed to them. Instead, Madam Speaker, they want to rely on social media. You know, there's some reference to the leader of the Conservative Party being very similar to Trump. Well, that might be a bit of a disservice to Donald Trump. Quite frankly, Madam Speaker, I am very disappointed in the way and the direction that the far-right Conservative Party is going today, and there's no sign in terms of them changing their attitudes. Now take that attitude of hate that they're actually promoting that's out there, Madam Speaker, and look at the information that they're providing. Today they bring forward a motion, and that motion is in keeping with their slogans. I'll give them that much. Darn, they're good at slogans, Madam Speaker. They got slogans, they got bumper stickers, they're ready, they're itching, they want to get out there, Madam Speaker. But the problem is it's all based on a foundation of sand. At the end of the day, there's nothing to it but slogans and bumper stickers. And it's supported by misinformation. And the best example I could give, or one of the examples I could give, is likely what they've been talking a lot about already today. You know, find out how many, if you do a Hansard search, how many Conservative members of Parliament have actually said anything about cutting the carbon rebates, Madam Speaker? I suspect you won't find any of them. Now tell me how many you think have said cut the carbon tax. I suspect on average each one has said it 10 times. That's on average. Some have said it a couple hundred times, others haven't said it because they haven't spoken. But I can suggest to you, Madam Speaker, when they go to Canadians and they say, we're going to save, as they have said inside the chamber, we're going to save Canadians money by cutting the carbon tax, that's not true. More than 80% of the constituents in OH I represent, more than 80%, they get a carbon rebate. That rebate amount is more than the carbon tax that they pay. That means their net income, disposable income, is increased. That's the reality. You don't have to believe me. The parliamentary budget officer, who's independent, will tell you that, Madam Speaker. But they'll go around and they will say misinformation because it sounds good. Some provinces don't even have the carbon tax, yet they'll go to those provinces and say, we're going to cut the carbon tax, and give a false impression. The other day in debate, Madam Speaker, I had one member that on the Conservative Party that stood up and he said, well, you know, 34% is the cost increases on food as a direct result of the carbon tax. What a bunch of garbage. That's absolutely ridiculous, Madam Speaker. I challenged the member on that statement, and then I challenged a couple of other members on the statement that that particular member said. They don't change their opinions on it. Even if they're confronted with facts, Madam Speaker, they don't change their opinions because they are so focused. They are so focused on that thirst for power. At the end of the day, they're not concerned about what's happening for Canadians in the day-to-day livings that Canadians have to put up with, let alone the important issues that the House of Commons deals with on a daily basis. Today, we're supposed to be debating Bill C-71. Bill C-71 is a bill to ensure that individuals will be given their Canadian citizenship that should never have lost their citizenship. Every political party, except for the Conservatives, actually support that legislation. They don't even want to debate it, Madam Speaker, now. They won't allow it to be debated. They don't want it to go to committee. But you say, well, that Conservatives don't support that one. Well, Bill C-66 they support. They say that they support it. That takes sexual harassment victims and rape victims that are going through military courts, transferring that into civil courts. Every member of the House of Commons, Conservatives, Bloc, New Democrats, Greens, and of course Liberals, we all support that legislation. You would think the Conservatives would allow that bill to go to committee, but no. Instead, they want to filibuster. They bring forward another concurrence report. They say they're concerned about the economy. Take a look at Bill C-33 that we were supposed to be debating last week. To enhance our trading opportunities. And what does the Conservative Party do? No, we don't want to debate that either. Let's bring in another concurrence report, preventing the government from being able to debate that legislation. Members opposite, in criticizing the government today, We're talking about issues of crime, and they say that's what they want to talk about. I remind them about Bill C-63, Online Harms Act. That's there to protect children being extorted, being bullied, and the whole issue of exploitation of our young children. We were supposed to debate that last week, but no. The Conservatives said no to that too, Madam Speaker, and brought forward a concurrence report. The Conservative Party is going out of its way in order to prevent any legislation from going to committee. It was interesting, prior to getting up, I had a member of one of the opposition parties approach me saying, why don't we just move to orders of the day? And I think there's a great deal of effort, a thought, to move towards orders of the day, because then maybe we can get on with actually providing movement on some of this legislation. The problem is that we're a minority government. In a minority government, we can't go to orders of the day unless we get an opposition party that says, hey, look, we will support the government moving to orders of the day so we can get rid of the games that the Conservative Party is playing. Let there be no doubt, no matter how critical the Conservative Party is, how much of a roadblock that they want to put in, no matter how much of a character assassination that they're after in regards to the government, Madam Speaker, this Prime Minister, this government will continue to be focused on the interests of Canadians in all regions of our country. That is something in which we will continue to be day in and day out. And that means, whether the Conservatives want it or not, we will continue to develop policy ideas that will transform into budgetary measures and legislative measures. And there will come a time when Canadians will, in fact, evaluate and take a look in terms of what it is that the Conservative Party has been doing between now and whenever the next election is, and what it is that other political entities have done. I think that there is a sense of responsibility for all of us in order to be able to accomplish good things for Canadians. That's what I liked about the agreement that was achieved between the Liberals and the New Democrats. I have always been a big fan of the Pharmacare plan, Madam Speaker. I've always been a very strong advocate for a national healthcare system that supports our provinces that administer healthcare. For over 30 years as a parliamentarian, those are the types of issues that have been important for me. And I can tell you, as a government, it's been important for us. And we were able to get the support from the New Democrats to advance a number of wonderful healthcare initiatives. And that's what it means, Madam Speaker, in terms of putting people first, putting the constituents of Canada ahead of partisan politics. By doing that, this government has invested $198 billion, Madam Speaker, in over 10 years in health care. That's for future generations, Madam Speaker. We have developed a dental care program that is, to date, over 700,000 people have had access to, Madam Speaker. Think in terms of diabetes. Think in terms of contraceptives, and how, as a government working with an opposition party, we are in fact making a difference. In fact, I suggested one of the other things we should be looking at is the possibility of shingles, and how a Pharmacare might be able to deal with that particular issue, Madam Speaker. These are the types of ideas that we're talking about within the Liberal Party, wanting to build a stronger, healthier healthcare system, Madam Speaker, while the Conservative Party wants to tear it down. That's a part of the Conservative far-right hidden agenda, Madam Speaker, and people need to be aware of that. And by the time we get to the election, I believe that throughout that election, we will see the conservative sand fade away. There is no foundation to what they're saying. That it's just the bumper stickers and the slogans. That's all they have, Madam Speaker. Contrast that to the many progressive measures we have taken as a government, and in good part because of a cooperation of opposition parties, Madam Speaker. I ask the Conservatives to stop playing the games. Stop bringing in the Conservative motions of concurrence and allow debate on government legislation, Madam Speaker. A responsible Conservative opposition can still bring in the motions that they want, but at least allow the debates to occur on legislation. Allow these important pieces of legislation to go to committee where they can be studied, where they can come back, where they can provide hope for many, Madam Speaker. That's the very least the Conservatives can do. Put Canadians ahead of your own political party. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. And before I begin my question, I just want to wish my mother a very happy birthday. Madam Speaker, I just don't know where to start. This is a member who talks about wasting House resources. I believe he has probably spoken more than every single member on that side combined. I have seen him repeatedly stand up when there are strong women sitting in front of him, behind him, around him, and he repeatedly stands up. This is a feminist government, they say. Talk to Jody Wilson-Raybould. Talk to Jane Philpott. Talk to the finance minister in a year or two. This government is unbelievable in their hypocrisy. He talks about us being negative. All he did was talk negatively. If he wants to change politics in Canada, he should look in the mirror.
Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think that if we recognize, as I'm sure the member opposite does, that when it comes to legislation, that if every member of the Conservative Party wanted to stop legislation, all they have to do is just stand up and speak, and you can go from one member to the next member to the next member. You have 100 members. You could kill all legislation. I recognize that the official opposition as an opposition party has a lot of tools in which it can actually go to the toolbox to prevent legislation from passing. Good for them. But at the end of the day, I wish they would start thinking about not what's in the best interest of the Conservative Party of Canada, but rather what's in the best interest of Canadians. And I truly believe that if they started to do that, we would see more things taking place in a positive fashion on the floor of the House of Commons. And I can assure the member opposite, my critique of the opposition party and their leader doesn't even come even close to the type of behavior that we witness coming from the Conservative ranks over across the aisle.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I was elected 5 years ago, I remember my first day of work. I was impressed by the energy, the passion, and also I was impressed by the decibel level that my colleague from Winnipeg North can reach when he speaks in this place, and he hasn't disappointed today. Now, it's been 5 years since that I've been an MP, and the member for Winnipeg North answers questions very precisely. He doesn't avoid answering questions, and I really appreciate that about him. We are now discussing the Finance Committee report. The Bloc Québécois has a proposal that we need to increase OAS for 65 to 74-year-olds. And we need to review our indexing so that it can take into account salaries in Canada. So I have a simple question. I know my colleague will impress me with a simple answer. Does he support our proposal?
After saying those kind words, I don't want to disappoint the member of the Bloc Party. I can say that much. I do know in less than an hour we're going to actually be debating a very important motion that the Bloc are bringing forward, and I will be able to hopefully expand on a more detailed response. But suffice to say for now, if we take a look at what it is that the government has proposed and done for seniors in Canada over the last number of years, the one that I would highlight, because I know this is the one he's most interested in, is the issue of 75 plus and OAS. In a federal election platform, we actually made the commitment to increase, individuals, seniors 75 plus. And the reason for that is we need to recognize that the needs of someone that's 75 plus is greater. I'm thinking in terms of medical expenses as an example, and the ability to be able to generate that supplementary income along with the shrinking.
I'm sorry, the honourable member's time is up. I've been trying to signal to him. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just for the folks at home, so they completely understand that we're doing this concurrence debate on a Finance Committee report, a pre-budget report for a budget that's already passed. So if people at home are wondering what's going on, we're spending $70,000 an hour approximately because the Conservatives have decided to block, Madam Speaker, block debating legislation that's going to help people, block debate on the capital gains increases, Madam Speaker. Why? Because the highest income earners of 1.5% of tax filers with the total income over $250,000, they're going to receive 61% of the individual capital gains. That's why. They're here protecting their friends, Madam Speaker. But I'll ask my colleague. He says he always supported pharmacare and dental care, but he voted against it both times before it came forward.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, on that particular point, I can recall shortly after my daughter getting elected back in 2015, 2016, being out on Keewatin Street and taking the signs and having a wonderful story about pharmacare. I used to be a health critic for many years, or for a couple of years anyway, when I was in the Manitoba legislature. It's something in which I believe should be in there, and I'm glad that we're able to work together to ensure that we have programs like pharmacare moving forward. In regards to C71, Madam Speaker, C71, I know one of his colleagues has been a very strong advocate for it. The NDP have actually attempted to get C71 through the House, and even last fall, I think it was all the way through, Madam Speaker, recognizing the importance of the bill. And we appreciate the support that we do receive from opposition members, because we need that kind of support in order to be able to get things passed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader. Oh, sorry, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
That's not a job I want. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to echo the comments from the member from Courtenay Alberni about the ridiculous nature of this debate and the cost of Canadian taxpayers on it. However, it does give us a chance to talk about some of the important elements of the government's work. I'm wondering if the member from Winnipeg North could talk a little bit more about the dental care plan, because it is one of those areas where I believe the NDP likes to take credit for it. However, we're willing to share credit for it. We think it's one of those examples of when Parliament can work well, and I'm wondering if the member could offer some comments on that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
There is such a keen interest to ensure that this program continues to grow and survive, and we want to make sure that everyone is ultimately receiving that particular benefit. Take a look at the numbers, Madam Speaker, and in order for that to achieve, I think we've got to bring it through past spring, Madam Speaker, and then we'll be able to see all Canadians having access to it. But to give you a sense, imagine 750,000 patients already, 2.4 million approvals, 21,000 providers or dentists, if you like, Madam Speaker. That's an incredible take-up on a wonderful program. That program is there because there's a sense of cooperation, and a lot of good people, in particular within the Liberals and the New Democrats, wanted to see that program. We got to be there to ensure that it stays there, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? We have time for one more question. The
Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, I'd like to go back to the question asked by my friend, the member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Like he has said, we're talking about C389. It's also in the report we're talking about. With the support of Liberals, we want to say that we're in favor of this measure. We need royal assent for C319, and the Parliamentary Secretary represents the government. Can he commit to giving it, yes or no?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, what I would say, because I realize I got very limited time, I will get a chance a little bit later to add some more thoughts on the issue. But for now, to say that seniors, we love our seniors, and as a government, virtually from day one, dramatic increases to the GIS to ensure that we could actually support our seniors, literally lifted hundreds of thousands of seniors out of poverty by that one policy initiative in itself. Fast forward, go into the pandemic. And during the pandemic, the payments, the one-time payments that were given to seniors. Fast forward to literally the millions and millions that we provide towards programming that ultimately is there to support seniors in all the different regions of the country. I believe as a government, both past and hopefully going forward, we'll be able to continue these types of supports for our seniors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's with great surprise that I learned that this afternoon, beginning of the evening, talk about the Standing Committee on Finance report on pre-budgetary consultation that was presented last February. It was presented last February, but the work essentially took place last fall. There was a great number of hours spent at committee where we received many witnesses that represented almost all of the aspects of our economy, obviously that of Quebec and Canada. We even did a tour of various provinces during the 2-week break week in October of 2023. We went to the Maritimes, and in November, we toured Quebec up to British Columbia. You really have to get on the ground to take the pulse of the population, and the witnesses there took place in our discussions, and they told us about our needs and realities, and this made it easier for us to do our work to better understand what's happening. Well, you could say, what does a bloc member want in terms of listening to groups in other provinces? Well, first, all needs, well, there may be some overlap with those of Quebec in terms of needs in general. And all organizations that defend the rights of Francophones in Canada have to be heard as well. So it allows us to create contacts and understand their reality and hear how isolated they are and how they have to fight to continue to speak both official languages. There's a lot of work that has to be done still, and we want to show our solidarity with Franco-Canadians. It'll always be very strong. So consultations led to a series of recommendations that we presented to the government. Obviously, we are in constant contact with the government. There are even representatives that appeared at committee and that followed the work and helped us formulate our recommendations. And this was important work, so we could inform the minister and her team with respect to the bloc's needs and needs of the Quebec economy. And all of these recommendations that were presented need to be read and implemented with respect to the jurisdictions of the various provinces. It's an important aspect, and we need to remind the government to be careful when our political system was developed. We talked about a federation. It was a compromise that was reached because Sir John A. Macdonald and his friends wanted to have a legislative union where everything was decided in Ottawa, but we said no. If you want Quebec to participate in this, there has to be a parliament that is just as sovereign in their own jurisdiction. So what I've seen in the House since 2015, since I've been here, and what we saw before as well, there's a very strong trend on behalf of the government to always take on new powers and centralize power and decide everything. And this goes against the jurisdiction and the respect for my Quebec nation. So at the beginning of the report, we've reminded everyone of the importance of this, and all of these recommendations must be done respecting provincial jurisdiction. during questions that my colleague for Lac-Saint-Jean and myself asked the parliamentary secretary. Well, we came back to one recommendation that is close to our hearts in the report that we're discussing today. It was adopted with a majority of members of the committee, including, of course, the Liberals. They recommend that the government enhance OAS for those aged from 65 to 74 years of age and annex it to take account of salary growth in Canada. In just a half hour, we're going to discuss my esteemed colleague from Shefford's legislation to enhance old age security for seniors aged 65 to 74 years. So what the Finance Committee has said in its report that we're discussing tonight is for the government, what we're suggesting support for this bill. It's very important. In fact, all parties did support this bill, but the problem is that the government has to give royal assent for this bill to continue to be studied. At the Bloc, under this government, which is now a minority government, we've said if you want to receive our support for the coming months, you have to support C-319 by giving it royal assent. It's very important. It's a question of dignity. So we're waiting impatiently for the government's response, which will allow us to know whether we're going to continue to work for the well-being of seniors and retired people in Quebec and across Canada in this House, or whether we'll hop onto our bus and the Liberals will have to face an election. So it's a choice the government has to make. So why seniors aged 65 to 74? Because the government enhanced OAS for seniors over 75 years of age. That's nice, but if it had been for 65 and up, I would have applauded this effort. But over 75, I can only half applaud this measure because only half of the work was done. And this creates sizable inequity that has to be remedied. Why do we want to enhance OAS? This is a support program that is federal. There aren't a lot of them, but this is their jurisdiction. And when the program was created, every year there was indexation based on the average salary over decades. But this didn't happen. And then we found we had a pension that was too low to meet basic needs and a minimum of dignity for seniors. So there's some catching up to do. It was done for those over 75, but there's still the seniors for 65 to 74 years of age. We've created two classes of seniors now. They have a right to dignity, and they don't recognize this right now. Why? This is unacceptable, particularly when we know that when you're 65 to 74 years of age, well, my parents are 71 and above, for example, your well-being and your financial security vary greatly from one person to another. So that's why we need a universal program that says if you earn a lot of money, we'll take part of your OAS, you have enough money. But if you do have greater needs, we're here to support you. That's the idea of this social program. And that is why OAS should be indexed to average salaries and their increases so we can keep people's dignity. And in this age group, there can be people who had very physically demanding jobs and that can no longer be able to work. So they need rest that is well-deserved. So we need to be there for them and for both him and her. And why do I say her? Because sometimes we have people who don't have a pension fund or a company pension plan. Why? It's often women because often they need to, in our society, unfortunately, there's still great inequity, and often we ask the women to sacrifice herself for the well-being of others. And when parents are old and they need a support worker. Often or a caregiver. It's the woman who leaves her job to take care of her parents, and during that time, she does not collect Quebec pension support or other private pension support. And if her husband falls ill, she once again has to sacrifice her professional career to take care of him. And if there are children, etc., same thing. So very often it's women who do this, who make these sacrifices, and who aren't able to accumulate the retirement that they should have had. And OAS and other social programs should be there to support them. When we look at societal statistics and women who are seniors who live alone, there's an overrepresentation of them who live in poverty. It's important to reestablish equity and justice because very often they sacrifice themselves for the well-being of others. So we need a social safety net to rectify this. We're not going to turn our backs on them. We're going to give funding for those who are 65 to 75. We have to make up for the inflation because OAS was not indexed to inflation or average salaries. It's a question of dignity. It's at the very heart of what the federal government has to do. So we're asking the government to do this. All parties supported this measure. It's up to the government now to grant royal assent, and the Bloc has made this a question of confidence and trust in our government. Are you here to help people who need you under your jurisdiction? You have a golden opportunity to show this. Our trust in the government will depend on this. Otherwise, I know, well, I'm the finance critic, and the Minister of Finance, like most of his colleagues, has a particular talent for boasting, congratulating people, creating good relationships, but often they're just burning time without really taking serious commitments or steps. But this is why our leader, with party officials, reminded everyone that we have set a deadline. If by October 29th this bill has not come into force, if it hasn't received royal assent and royal recommendation, we will work with the opposition to look at the confidence that we will grant or not to the government, because it is a question of dignity. And also, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance has said, yes, we said that this bill will cost $3 billion a year. Yes, it's a lot of money. It's expensive. But that's what governing is. We have to make choices. How do we allocate our resources? $3 billion a year is a lot. But the Trans Mountain pipeline was $34 billion. And that was extremely expensive for a very highly polluting industry where companies are making astronomical record profits and they're great dividends. Canada needs to look at other economic interests. The oil and gas industry doesn't need our money, and they spent $34 billion. And for seniors, often single seniors over 65, they're saying $3 billion is too much. Who is the government working for? For the oil lobbyists? Or for those who really need support? This is the question we're asking, and the whole issue of royal recommendation will give us an answer. I talked about the $34 billion for the Trans Mountain, and I was comparing this to the $3 billion per year that is needed to enhance OAS. I also want to talk about the Finance Minister's plan for what she calls a green economy. We're not being fooled. We know this government's nice word. Green economy means support to the fossil fuel industry. Her plan is $84 billion in coming years in various areas, but essentially we're talking about customized programs for oil and gas. They don't need state support because they are very profitable. They make record benefits every year. And the former Minister of the Environment, Ms. McKenna, explained it better than anyone else, this industry doesn't need support. $34 billion for Trans Mountain $84 billion for various programs such as carbon capture. Does the industry need this money? The government has said yes. This is more important, $84 billion, than $3 billion for seniors, often single senior, female seniors who live alone, and they need this for just to have dignity. Governing is making choices, and the government, which is now a minority, needs to support us and stop serving the oil and gas industry, which is very profitable and doesn't need their support. Like we're suggesting with C319, which will be debated later, you need to take care of those who need your support in your areas of jurisdiction. It's very important. In terms of the $84 billion, there's carbon capture, and there's also help for nuclear reactors for oil sands to heat up the mud and save gas to be exported because it's very green with the new pipeline, or also it can be used to make hydrogen because in terms of these $84 billion, there's also adapted measures to transform gas to make hydrogen, and that can be exported. Is that their green vision for the future? Meanwhile, they're saying $3 billion a year for seniors in need, seniors who are age 65 to 74 is too much. And when you look at other OECD countries, other rich countries, the 30th richest countries, Canada is in roughly the worst situation with respect to the workforce and the retirement age. It's a replacement rate, they call it. Canada has seen the sharpest decrease in revenues between when you stop working and you receive your pension. We need to change that. How come Canada is doing so poorly? It's because we did not index social programs. The government has to ensure the dignity of its citizens in its areas of jurisdiction. And we know OAS is federal jurisdiction. Past governments and this government did not index it. So progressively they took away the necessary dignity for seniors, and the government tried to make things up for those over 75 years of age, but turned its back on other seniors aged 65 to 74.
So this is a matter of confidence for us and a matter of dignity, and the OECD reminds us that Canada has gotten way behind and is really a laggard in this area. And finally, Madam Speaker, there's the baby boomers who are retiring en masse, and the replacement rate is very low. Their incomes are going to diminish, and that will have an indirect impact on the entire economy. What is their consumption rate? How much do they buy? If they have a decent income, they'll be able to purchase a certain amount and contribute to the smooth running of the economy. But if their purchasing power is too low, that could cause an economic slowdown. And I would invite everyone to look at the situation in Japan. In Japan, there's an aging population, more so than in other countries, but they managed more quickly to get into trouble because older people aren't buying new homes, new cars, and so on. They're cutting back on their spending. It's obviously a cultural choice, too, that's made, and that has led to economic slowdown, and that has caused poverty, and that has caused the entire economy of Japan to stagnate since the 90s. So let's look at Japan. It's a question of dignity, but it's also a question of the smooth running of the economy. So we want to avoid what happened to Japan. And once again, with each level of government operating within its areas of jurisdiction. So, and this is in support of our bill C319, which is about to be debated in exactly 18 minutes. So I'll stop there. But first of all, I'd like to raise one final point in the few minutes I have left. Another recommendation of the report has to do with supply management. That recommendation was supported by the government, and it reads as following. and the Liberal parties on the Finance Committee supported this motion that it calls for the government to offer up no more encroachments or breaches into supply management and to no longer use supply management as a bargaining chip in trade negotiations. So that's been through all the stages. It's before the Senate now, the other place, Madam Speaker. And let's hope they proceed swiftly to pass this. And hopefully the government and the elected Liberals here and their friends in the other place who don't sit very often, but they have a job to do too. That's for once, it's an important job. And that is C-282. And they need to work swiftly, as did the Finance Committee, as is reflected in our report here. That needs to be implemented. For a long time, our farmers have been sold down the river in trade negotiations. They've been used as a bargaining chip or as pawns in trade negotiations. So we need to respect our farmers and respect supply management. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Center.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know we're here because of Conservative squabbles. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for Joliette, who took the time to discuss things that actually are important. So thank you for that. Also, he mentioned, Madam Speaker, that there are issues that are burning issues in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada. One issue that, in my opinion, is important is the $10 a day child care services. And thanks to that, there's been a historic increase in the number of women in the labor force. Is he concerned about the Conservatives' stand? The Conservatives would cut that program, which would do a disservice to women where he is and all across Canada. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Yes, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and especially for having asked it in French, for making that effort. It's highly appreciated, so I sincerely thank him for that. In Quebec, we have a family policy that came in the late 90s at a time when the Liberal government, the federal Liberal government, had cut transfers to the provinces. And in Quebec, people said, we're going to roll up our sleeves and go ahead with this. And we passed Pharmacare, which is far from perfect, but to support people who couldn't afford drugs. And there was a whole family policy with subsidized childcare and also the creation of child learning centers, early childhood learning and care centers. That was very powerful. That was in the late 90s, so over 25 years ago. So in Quebec, we didn't need to wait for Ottawa to follow suit. But obviously, this program means that the feds pay part of the share of what Quebec was already providing. And so it's a subsidy. And yes, we are concerned about that being cut. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. It was very, very interesting. But I'd like to come back to October 29th and the emphasis the Bloc is putting on that date. My colleague seems to be going even further with the ultimatum than his own leader. The Bloc leader appeared open to negotiations, whereas my colleague said quite clearly that if this is not settled by the 29th of October, they're going to pull the trigger on an election. My second question is, why October 29th? So currently with opposition days, well, there will be no more between now and then. So it'll be hard for any opposition party to trigger an election. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for Lévis-Lotbinière for those two questions. First of all, I think my leader was clear, and that was a good reflection of what I may have said here. Why October 29th? Well, we chose that date because there's 319 that's going to be debated later today, and then there's committee studies already been done. After that, it goes to the Senate. So just to make sure everything's passed, that's why we gave that date for that. That's the analysis that was done of the bill's passage. And then I can't remember the other question. Shoot, I should have written it down. Oh, right. For opposition days, there's all kinds of ways of dealing with it, and so obviously, we're looking at that. Questions and comments?
Madam Speaker, first, I really appreciate my colleague. I've worked with him for many years, and he always comes to the House trying to bring forward, ideas on tax fairness, and he's doing that again today. We know seniors are feeling the pinch when it comes to the housing crisis to inflation. Now, what's being proposed and what he's talking about in his speech is increasing, making sure that those that are 65 to 74 are getting the same benefit for the OAS from 65 and over, so we don't have a two-tiered seniors benefit, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate that. Now, when we look at the corporate tax rate back in 2015, the PBO I've calculated that it generated $2.6 billion per percent of tax for corporations. That would be roughly about $3 billion today. So that would equate to a 1% increase in corporate taxes. So instead of choosing corporate welfare, because we have the lowest corporate tax rate in the G7, well, how's that playing out, Madam Speaker? I'll tell you, big oil, big banks, big grocery are having record profits. Right. Meanwhile, seniors are living in poverty. So through you, Madam Speaker, would my colleague support a 1% increase in corporate tax or a windfall tax on the big oil, big grocery, and big banks? Because we know that we did it to the big banks. It generated billions of dollars. There was a report done by the PBO that said big oil, if we did the same taxation, would generate $4.2 billion, Madam Speaker. So through you, Madam Speaker, I'll wait for my colleague to give me his thoughts.
The honourable member for Joliette. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to give a shout out to my colleague, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni. I think he's an outstanding member who works for people, works for the people, for people who are having difficulties, and social justice is a concern for him. You could see that in his question. Here in the House, my fight is against tax havens. How can we make those illegal? They're immoral already, but how do we make them illegal? And when you look at all the fine print in the regulations and so on, well, banks get away with paying less tax by virtually hiding their profits in the Caribbean or elsewhere. It's unacceptable. And we need fairness across the economy and across society. For example, oil companies are making record profits, and at the same time, there's a huge problem of poverty in this country. So the question is, how do we redistribute the wealth? And the Scandinavian countries have shown us the way. The more you redistribute the wealth, the better it is for everyone, and it stimulates the economy. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Basque. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to commend my colleague for Joliette on his speech. His speeches are always very well structured, and it shows here. And I think we can see the confidence that other members of other parties place in him. So increasing the OAS is a bit of a rallying cry for us. You know, in my area, there are a lot of people. Within 20 years, it'll be 1 in 3 people fall into that demographic. So that the wave of retirements will hit my area before other parts of Quebec. So it's a question of respect and also gratitude towards our seniors who built this country. So I'd like my colleague to remind us how important it is to increase the old age security for all seniors, particularly those between 65 and 74 who are being discriminated against currently. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for Rimouski, Témiscouata, Les Basques, who does an excellent job representing his constituents. And I'd also like to commend him on all the work he does here in the House. He raises a very important point. First of all, there's a high number of seniors in his riding, which is a rural riding. So there's a large number of people who are 65 and older in his riding. So there's a whole issue, too, of land use, of population density. So in rural areas, we recognize that there are more seniors proportionately than in cities. So if we make life more difficult, if we push seniors into poverty, is it going to mean that they can't continue to live out in the countryside? That's going to affect how our population patterns. There's time for one last quick question. I'll remember for Lac Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. Today, my leader asked the Prime Minister to tell us how important C-282 was, the supply management bill, to the Liberals. And the Liberal leader said that he had promised farmers that he would no longer jeopardize supply management in trade negotiations. So my question is, what's the difference between the Prime Minister's promise and C-282? The Honourable Member for Joliette, a very quick answer. Yes, when the Prime Minister makes a promise like that, when he undertakes to do something like that, we want to believe him, but if he changes his mind, there's nothing to be done about it. But if there's legislation, then if the government wanted to change its mind, they would have to introduce new legislation and they would run up against the farmers. Good luck.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the federal government's 2024-25 budget included an important reform to the taxation of capital gains, something that has been called for by progressive voices in this country for decades, and that is to change the way we tax capital gains. Now, capital gains occur when an asset is sold for more than it costs to acquire and maintain. Now, there's a number of very important exceptions to this rule, including Canadians' principal residences and other types of assets. Capital gains generally are heavily concentrated among high-income Canadians, more so than any other form of income. Making matters worse, they benefit from lucrative tax preferences. Until this year and this change, recipients only had to declare half their capital gains on their income tax. That's the so-called inclusion rate of 50%. The other half was entirely tax-free. So if you bought an asset, like a second home or a building or stocks for $500,000 and you sold it for $1 million, half of that $500,000 profit was completely tax-free. In contrast, other forms of incomes like wages and salaries must be fully reported on a tax return. I think Canadians are well aware of that. In other words, the inclusion rate for salaries and wages is 100%. Now think of that, Madam Speaker. Teachers, waitresses, firefighters, truck drivers, plumbers, office workers, cleaners. Pretty much every person who goes to work every day and has a job has to declare 100% of their income and pay tax on 100% of that. But not people who are trading stocks or selling secondary residences or large assets. For them, they only have to declare half of their profit, and the other half goes in the pocket tax-free. So the federal budget announced a change in the capital gains inclusion rate. As of June 24th of this year, it rose to 66.7% for capital gains inclusion declared by corporations. That means that for corporations, instead of sheltering 50% of their profits, they could now only shelter 1/3, but they still get to shelter 1/3 of their profits. The inclusion rate for individuals remains at 50%, the way it's always been for many decades, for all capital gains under $250,000, and it will be increased to 66.7% for any capital gains declared above $250,000 in a single year. In other words, half of the capital gains for an individual still is tax-free under $250,000, and 1/3 of their capital gain above $250,000 is still tax-free. So there still is a lucrative tax benefit to capital gains in this country, just modestly less so. Now, the number of individuals directly affected by this change is very small. Canada Revenue Agency data indicates that only about 0.1% of tax filers, that's about 40,000 people in this country, report over $250,000 of capital gains per year. And the proportion of Canadians who would declare over $250,000 in capital gains in any year in their lives is also very small. Now, while the number of Canadians significantly affected by this change is small, they are mighty. This reform, which has been advocated, as I said, for many years by tax specialists and equality advocates, will primarily impact the richest Canadians. They are very powerful, as are their allies and advisors in the financial sector. So this new policy is being aggressively resisted by an alliance of wealthy Canadians, financial advisors, and Conservatives. The Conservative leader has promised to reverse these capital gains tax reforms and trying to start a broader revolt against taxes in general and the public programs that they pay for. The campaign against capital gains tax reform has relied on scare tactics and outright misinformation about who will be affected, how much extra they will pay, and even why capital gains are taxed at all. In fact, Madam Speaker, the reason we are here tonight is because the Conservatives have decided to move a motion that has some 360 recommendations that were made to the Finance Committee before the last budget, the one that we passed or was introduced here in April of this year. And these come from recommendations that occurred in February of this year as a way to stall the introduction of a Ways and Means motion that would pave the way for these capital gains inclusion changes. That's why we're here tonight. The Conservatives are stalling tax fairness. Now, New Democrats believe, as the Macdonald Commission in the 1960s found, that a buck is a buck is a buck. And that's how taxes should work. It shouldn't matter whether you get your income in the form of a dividend or a capital gain, or if you do it through your hard work in a salary or wage. It should be taxed the same. That's the principle that came out of the Royal Commission in the 1960s. But the Conservatives are doing the bidding of the wealthiest people in this country, people who have capital gains over $250,000. They don't want that money to be taxed the same way that wages are.
Member, because it's I'm not just the member, but it also interrupting the proceedings on the motion at this time. According, the debate on the motion will be rescheduled for another sitting. So the honourable member will have 14 minutes the next time that this matter is before the House. It being comme il est 18h59.
It being 6:59. The House will now proceed to private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Before the debate on the private members' bill, the Chair wishes to remind members that pursuant to statement made on Thursday, May 11th, 2023, a royal recommendation is required for Bill C-319, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act, amount of full pension, since the bill appropriates part of the public revenue.
Is concurred in at report stage. The question will only be put on the motion for third reading of this bill if a royal recommendation is submitted in due time. Day, ordre du jour.
Private members' business. Report stage. Ms. Larouche, C-319, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act, amount of full pension.
No motion at report stage. The House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Madame Larouche.
Ms. Larouche, seconded by Mr. St. Marie, moves that Bill C-319, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act, amount of full pension, be concurred in at report stage. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party, the Honourable Member for Shefford. Madam Speaker, I request that Bill C-319 pass unanimously at report stage.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I therefore declare the motion carried on division.
Okay. Quand ce projet de...
When shall the bill be read a third time? Now? Now.
Debate, the Honourable... sorry. Excuse, y a-t-il un autre? Madame Larouche, appuyée par Monsieur...
Ms. Larouche, seconded by Mr. St. Marie, moves that Bill C-319, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act, amount of full pension, be now read a third time and do pass.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has a point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, it might have been just through the translation. We did want to see it go to third reading, but we didn't want to see it go unanimously. I'm not too sure if that was the case, that what was being suggested.
So I did correct the record, and it was adopted. Débat.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Shefford.
Banff Airdrie.
Just for clarity, Speaker, I was a little unclear there because you did say that it was adopted on division, and are you now saying?
Yeah. As I read it. So I cleared it up. I misread it because when I asked if it was being adopted, nobody stood up otherwise, and so it was adopted, not on division. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Take two, Madam Speaker. We are now at a critical step in the journey of this bill. In fact, we've been giving this a lot of thought. With everything we hear, how can we address C-319 at this stage? Well, I'll start with an introduction, Madam Speaker. I'll put things in perspective, give a bit of context. When I talk about C-319, when I talk about age-based discrimination, it's important that the House know that this is something that matters deeply to me. Some may not know this about me, but before becoming a Member of Parliament, I worked for over 2 years for a community organization. I was a project leader, outreach, education, and awareness on mistreatment of seniors. There is often discrimination and prejudice against seniors. I wanted to take my work on this issue even further, and that's in fact why I decided to get into politics. When I decided to go into politics, I gave it a lot of thought. I remember very well, in fact, that in 2019, before the campaign, it wasn't me. In fact, it was the leader of our party, the member for Belleuil-Chambly. He was the one who wanted to bring this issue to the table in the House of Commons. So even before me, it was the Bloc leader's intention to help seniors and bring the file forward here in Parliament because he realized that we weren't talking about seniors and we weren't talking about this issue enough. When it was suggested to me that I run for the Bloc Québécois and that I help bring forward seniors, I remember from 2007 to 2011, I worked with people on the ground. There were so many questions, but one of the most frequently asked questions by seniors were, in fact, questions about the GIS. It wasn't automatic. It was hard to access it. So the Bloc Québécois wanted the GIS to be paid automatically so that seniors eligible for the GIS would not have to go out of their way to apply for it. So I worked in the community, on the ground. I also I was also a member of discussion groups and think tanks on seniors' issues. And even back then, when I was working in community organizations and participating in roundtables, we were already talking about seniors and their financially precarious situation. The Bloc decided to really bring this forward in 2019. During the election campaign, the Liberals said that they would increase it by 10% for those over 75. We took issue with that as soon as the campaign, as soon as the Liberals announced their intention to do so. We said that it was unacceptable to create two categories of seniors, that there should only be one category of seniors, 65 and up, and that everyone should have access to the 10% increase. And in fact, in December 2019, those were among the first questions we asked the government. We asked the government about their intention to engage in age-based discrimination. Then, in early 2020, I remember that my colleague, the member for Joliette, and I, we met with the FADOC at the Olympic Stadium in Montreal during pre-budget consultations. FADOC asked us to have the GIS increased for everyone over 65. They had heard about the government's intention to do so only for those over 75. So the FADOC, they told us to please take action. They said it was one of the things that mattered the most to them. So we made that a condition for us to vote for the 2020 budget. We have tried to bring that condition back on the table for every single budget. The 32 Bloc Québécois members, we have included this as a condition for every budget. This is one of the reasons why we did not support the government on all things budget related. We have voted against budgets. I remember there were conditions also from the member for Avignon Amitié Matane Matapédia relating to big oil. But this condition regarding seniors and their OAS, that's always been a condition for us. Seniors during the pandemic, even though they had to isolate, they still had to pay their bills. And they also had to pay additional fees because often when they had things delivered by businesses, they paid delivery fees that businesses charged. So they were affected by the pandemic like everyone. I remember the weird moments at the beginning of the pandemic when we came back to Parliament. Very few of us came back in person, but we came back here to ask for help for seniors. It's great that families were helped, businesses were helped, and supported by the government, but the government wasn't doing anything for seniors. Then what the government came up with was a $300 one-time payment, $500 for those receiving GIS. Those were not permanent gains for seniors, but they did receive that one-time payment thanks to the Bloc because the Bloc brought it up here in this place in early 2020. The pandemic carried on. No further supports were announced for seniors. So the Bloc Québécois came forward to call for increasing OAS for all seniors over 65. And in 2021, we put that in our conditions for supporting the budget. A first petition was presented in the House. And what's interesting about it, Madam Speaker, is that it's an intergenerational issue. This affects everyone. A young man in his 20s, Samuel Lévesque, he got in touch with me and he said, I find this discrimination unfair. He said, my grandparents explained to me that their friends over 75 had received the payments that his grandparents hadn't. He said, what can I do to help? Then there was a petition. Then elections were called. Then again, there was a one-time payment. There was the $500 for those over 75. But seniors were emailing me They were saying, we feel like we're being used. We feel that these checks, these one-time checks, are electoralist. That's not what we need. What we need is support long-term. We need the government to review the support that we receive long-term. So we came back to the House and we suggested that all seniors be treated equally. In 2022, we had a Bloc Québécois Opposition Day. We used one of our opposition days to discuss this matter, to call on the government to reverse its decision to create the two categories of seniors and only support those over 75. Then, in summer 2022, those 75 and over did receive the 10% increase. Here we are today, 2 years later. We've not given up. Another petition was put forward to call on the government to reverse course on this injustice and to fix it. In 2023, we held a symposium in Granby with all kinds of civil society organizations. We all got together at this conference, and what came out of it is that we need to take care of seniors. Then, in 2023, last year, we tabled C-319. It was tabled. There was first reading. I discussed with my colleagues over the summer. We really toured Quebec. We had the first hour of debate on this bill in May 2023. Then the second hour of debate was in the fall of 2023. I spent the entire month of August. My colleague for Avignon, L'Amitié ce matin, Matapédia, helped. I went to her riding. I went to the riding of Beauport-Limoilou. I also met with people in Thérèse de Blainville, and I met with people in so many other ridings. Then finally, we came back to the House. What I heard during this tour of Quebec ridings was that people were calling on us to act. In 2021, I remember that I attended the swearing-in of some of my colleagues in Abitibi-Témiscamingue. There were some seniors at a cafe. I heard them talking about their financial situation. They started chatting with me, and they told me this age-based discrimination needs to stop. It needs to be reversed. There are also challenges for seniors who want to return to the workforce, and that is also addressed in C-319. In the fall, there was a majority vote in the House. Even Conservative colleagues agreed that the 10% increase should also go to 65 to 74-year-olds, and that people who wanted to return to the workforce should not have their GIS cut. There was a majority vote. It went back to committee, to the HUMA committee. I appeared at HUMA for an hour. My colleague, the member for Thérèse de Blainville on the HUMA committee, she questioned witnesses. My colleague did great work. As a result of that, HUMA presented a unanimous report. Everyone, all members of the committee, agreed that we needed to reverse course on this unacceptable situation of unfairness. It's important to me to mention that this issue, we're not asking for the moon. We're not asking for crazy amounts. This bill is realistic and easily accomplished. This would be $33 billion per year. It's just a matter of political willpower, because the government can find this money. The government can give royal recommendation. The government has this money and needs to recognize that it needs to provide the money and support this bill so that seniors can have fairness and equality and dignity. When they retire, they want the same amount for all seniors. There shouldn't be two categories, young old people and old people. After retirement, there should not be two categories, two classes of seniors. Now, this bill is not going to fix everything. It's not a cure-all. Some people may not be affected by this bill. Some people may not need it. But the OAS is taxable. The GIS is not, but the OAS is. So they're paying more taxes. $80 a month, it doesn't change a person's life unless they really need it. Then it can help. I know that my time is running out, Madam Speaker, but there are Canadians living on OAS and GIS, but that doesn't mean that the others don't need support because the poverty line is low, and it doesn't mean that when you fall just above the poverty line, you live a dignified life. In fact, just above the poverty line, you're in a gray area. Seniors, though, they're on a fixed income. Their pensions do not increase as quickly as income. Now, people on the ground overwhelmingly support this legislation, even in Liberal ridings. When I visit Liberal ridings, even before I open my mouth to speak, people say to me, I went to see my MP and told him that this is unacceptable. I even visited Chicoutimi, which is a riding held by Conservatives. Regardless of the party representing ridings, people on the ground support this bill. And in fact, beyond that, Madam Speaker, Canada is thanking me. Seniors everywhere in Canada are thanking me, are thanking the Bloc. All these people are calling for is that we recognize their value. They're tired of stereotypes and prejudice. They don't want to be seen as an economic burden. They want to be seen as a powerful part of our society.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, consistently, virtually from day one, the Government of Canada, and particularly the Prime Minister, has been very supportive of seniors in Canada in all regions. And one of the very first initiatives that we had taken was actually a very dramatic increase in the guaranteed income supplement. And I'll have the opportunity to expand upon that particular issue shortly, but which literally took out tens of thousands of seniors across the country out of poverty. And the Bloc at the time actually voted against that particular measure. And I'm wondering if she could provide her thoughts in regards to just the Bloc's perspective on the importance of the GIS and contrast that to maybe possibly to the OAS.
The Honourable Member for Shepford. Madam Speaker, the question is interesting in two aspects. First, the GIS. They call it senior social support. I don't like to call it that, but that's the fact. It only helps some people, GIS. But specialists have said at symposiums, you can say what you want about figures, but when you're just above the poverty level and you don't get the GIS and you don't get an extra 10% on the OAS because you're 65 only, disease doesn't wait for you to be over 65. Groceries still cost a lot when you're 65 to 74. And we voted against this because we asked the government. It's not that we're against the GIS. We could do something about this later. But the main problem is that there's great inequality in the basic amounts of the OAS because OAS, unlike under other programs that the government runs, this one is under their jurisdiction. It's one of the rare programs that they're really in charge of. It's in their jurisdiction. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. And I'd really like to congratulate her for her passion for this issue. I still have a concern in terms of the deadline that the Bloc has set for October 29th, because if I've heard the Liberals, they don't seem to be very open to this. They seem very calm and laid back. And I have some concerns with respect to the Bloc and the Liberals. Will they just throw them a carrot at the end of October and they'll have to choose between the carrot or wait for the next election? Or maybe they'll say either we get this or we'll go to an election on October 29th. Will they really respect their deadline? Keep it? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and it allows me to mention 2 points. First, this is nothing new. Our request for the 10% increase for those who are 65 to 74, there's no compromise to be made on this. There's no half measures for here. We need 10% increase in OAS for those who are 65 to 74. No compromise possible. I would ask my Conservative colleague and others, if the Liberals do refuse this and to go against the will of their own members at committee, they will have to tell people why, despite repeat requests and pressure from organizations on the ground and what we've heard from testimonies from citizens, and the government digs its heels in about not giving this 10%, they will have to explain themselves. And ask my Conservative colleagues, they supported C-319 and the bill moved. The Honourable Member for Courtenay-Alberni. Quick question.
Well, first, Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from Shefford for putting forward this bill. It's such a great bill, Madam Speaker, and it's dealing with inequity. We know when the Conservatives were in government, they raised the age of retirement from 65 to 67. They went after seniors. We know when this government came forward with an increase, they wanted to create a two-tiered system, ignoring those between 65 and 74. And what do they do, Madam Speaker? They maintain the corporate tax rate that the Conservatives brought in for big corporations that are having record profits, big oil, big banks, big grocery. And Madam Speaker, through you, I'll ask my colleague, does she believe that there should be a tax increase on the big corporations to make sure that we could take care of our seniors in this country?
Quick answer, the Honourable Member for Shefford. One thing is sure, Madam Speaker, we've always said that's a question of political choices to be made. There's money we can seek elsewhere and money that is poorly invested. Well, then, I'll just put that out there. But also I'd like to remind everyone, what does retirement money mean for Liberals? Is it 65 or 75? Because behind this, there's something we've heard at committee when I asked this question. What does the definition of retirement age for you, 65 or 75? And so if you don't give seniors assistance, they have to stay on the labour market. Even though they're not healthy enough to remain at work, they have to be able to round out their finances. What does the retirement age really mean for you? The Honourable Member should speak through the chair and not directly to the government.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise and talk about the whole issue of seniors. I can tell the member across the way the Liberal members of Parliament have been very much supportive of our seniors in Canada through the years. In fact, when I was first elected to Parliament, I remember talking to my colleague, one of my colleagues, and she had conducted a white paper on seniors in regards to how it is that we could move forward as a political party. Not far from where the member from Shefford is sitting today, I was sitting a number of years ago, and that was when Stephen Harper was actually in Davao and made the decision to increase the age of retirement from 65 to 67. And to answer the question that she has put on the floor to members of the Liberal caucus, I can assure her our response at the time was immediate. We understand and we appreciate the age of 65. And the Prime Minister, back while he was leader of the Liberal Party, made a very clear indication that we would actually restore the age of retirement from 67 back to 65. And a number of months passed through, and ultimately we were afforded the opportunity to form a government. And one of the very first actions of the Government of Canada was to indicate and bring forward the change that reduced the age of retirement from 67 to 65. We also are very much aware of the issue of poverty and the issue of having a fixed income with limited resources and how it is that we could help seniors that were in poverty. So another initiative that the government had taken upon itself was to try to lift seniors out of poverty, and we did that by looking at the Guaranteed Income Supplement, the GIS. And we had a dramatic increase in the GIS. I believe it was somewhere between $800 to $900, $950 or somewhere around there, Madam Speaker, where we could see seniors that were going to be getting that sort of an increase for the year. That initiative in itself, Madam Speaker, literally lifted thousands of seniors across the country out of poverty. Hundreds from my own constituency, Madam Speaker, were lifted out of poverty because of that particular initiative. As I pointed out, members of the Bloc Party actually voted against that. And that's the reason why I posed the specific question in regards to the GIS and the manner in which the Bloc had actually voted back then. I think it's a valid question. How do we maximize the tax dollars to support our seniors, Madam Speaker? And I believe it was a good decision back then to increase dramatically the Guaranteed Income Supplement, and the numbers clearly show that we were in fact right. The member asked about the age of retirement being 65, and we, as I say, we reduced it back from 67 to 65, but then we also went to work in terms of negotiating and talking to provinces to deal with the CPP. For those in the workforce that continue to work and contribute in a very significant way, Madam Speaker, as all members of society, whether they're working or not, will ultimately contribute in a very positive way in different ways. But we put an emphasis on increasing the CPP. In order to do that, unlike the previous government, you have to actually work it through a number of the provinces and get and build the support to do so. We were very successful in doing that. And as a direct result from actions that we had taken 9 years ago, Madam Speaker, we are going to have a lot more people that will be retiring in the coming years, and they're going to have a better retirement savings as a direct result, Madam Speaker. That is another initiative that the government has actually taken. When you take a look at the pandemic, and has been pointed out, with millions of seniors recognizing going through the pandemic, and again, I'll go back to the fixed income issue, that there was a need to support and provide that extra support for seniors. Liberal members of Parliament, no doubt, and others, we're hearing back in their constituencies the different types of costs. We came out with all sorts of programs, but we came out with something separate and unique for our seniors, where we gave two forms or two amounts, one for OAS and an additional amount for GIS seniors that were collecting GIS. Again, recognizing the issue of finances, Madam Speaker. And that was during the pandemic. Then you can talk about the election that followed, where the Liberal Party of Canada made it very clear, and we heard it through representations in many different forms, where as you age, there's often additional needs that one will acquire, such as medical assistance. You're maybe not as fragile, or you're more fragile. And these are just on averages, Madam Speaker. As one ages, your savings dwindle over time. Your ability to be able to get that additional income might be diminished, Madam Speaker. So the Liberal Party of Canada made an election platform commitment to deal with that specific issue of the three factors that I just raised, and said that we would increase for 75 and over by 10% the OAS because of what I just finished indicating, Madam Speaker. Canadians were very much aware of it. Seniors were aware of it. We won the election, and we fulfilled our election commitment, Madam Speaker, to that. We have seen huge investments to support seniors. When you think of the dental program, the first people that were eligible to receive the dental benefits were seniors. And seniors in all regions of the country took advantage of that particular program, as they should, Madam Speaker. That was the purpose of the program, contrary to what members opposite might have to say. We came out with a dental program, and one of the biggest factors through the dental program, as I say, was our seniors, but so was the pharmacare program. When you think of diabetics and diabetes and the issues and the costs related to it, again, seniors will benefit by that. As a government, we've made tangible commitments dealing with things like long-term health care facilities and working with different levels of government to improve those conditions. We take a look, Madam Speaker, in terms of investments in housing, both non-profit agencies and different levels of government. We've come up with enhanced financing for support programs like New Horizons and other organizations that are there to support seniors. The bottom line, Madam Speaker, from day one to today and going forward, I can assure members of the Bloc or others, Canadians, that this is a government that is very much in tune with the needs of seniors, and we continue to work at ways in which we can support our seniors. That's the way we started, and I can assure the members opposite we will continue that straight through. With those few words, Madam Speaker, I'll leave it at that.
Resuming debate, the Honourable for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a privilege to rise on behalf of the residents of Kelowna Lake Country. Today, I am here to speak on Bill C-319, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act. I've spoken on this issue in the past and appreciate the opportunity to do so again. Madam Speaker, our seniors deserve respect. Seniors have raised families, teaching their beliefs and values, founded businesses employing people, taught and taken care of people, volunteered, built our country, and served our country fighting for the freedoms we have today. Time and time again, I'm told remarkable stories by seniors in Kelowna Lake Country. There are few areas of life not touched positively by our seniors. It is clear that Kelowna Lake Country, and really all of Canada, would not be the same without the hard work of seniors and all they have contributed over their lives and still do. Seniors are mentors and leaders in our communities. It is because of this why it is so unacceptable that seniors are facing the challenges they currently are. I've talked to many seniors who are very stressed and concerned. The cost of living has ballooned after 9 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, causing seniors to struggle like never before just to pay for basic necessities. Seniors in my community have reached out on how they are struggling to pay their heating bills. Many have sent me pictures of their heating bills, which include the carbon tax, which the minimum amount is set by the federal government. And this government is increasing it every year to be on track to increase to 61 cents per litre. Local seniors have also commented on how GST is being charged on top of their home heating carbon tax, which is a tax on a tax. This is wrong. A resident, Grant, wrote to me about his heating bill regarding all the taxes. He said, quote, I used $50.18 worth of gas, and yet I owe $316.65, unquote. He then goes on to say, quote, I have worked since I was 12 nonstop. I have paid my fair share of taxes, unquote. I've talked to retirees who have had to go back to work and who feel sad that they can't spend as much time volunteering or can't donate as much as they used to their favorite charities. I hear from seniors who are afraid to walk around their own neighborhood that they have lived in for many years due to crime and concerns over their safety. I've talked to many seniors who are worried about their adult children making their mortgage payments and their grandchildren who will have a tough time ever owning their own home. Seniors have reached out to me who were just about to retire, and because of the Liberal capital gains tax increases, they have told me they will have to work longer. Seniors who are looking to retire on modest savings are finding that this is no longer possible in Canada, especially with the new Liberal tax changes. It is untenable that seniors are finding themselves priced out of the country that they have built. Here's the situation of many seniors. They work their whole life providing for their family and contributing to this country. They have contributed economically through their jobs and creating businesses. They have raised families and volunteered in their communities. They have contributed by being a good citizen, by following the rules. They have saved for their retirements. However, now the golden years for many have melted away. This is not the reality that seniors deserve, yet it is the one that many of them face due to this Liberal Prime Minister and his partners in the NDP's costly government. Many seniors in my community struggle to make ends meet, and many are forced to choose between paying for necessities such as food and medication. One senior reached out to me and said there is, quote, absolutely no hope for those of us on fixed and low income, as we are being taxed to death, literally, unquote. The senior went on to say that, quote, every time I go to the grocery store, prices are going up and up, unquote. A senior couple from Kelowna Lake Country reached out to me to say, quote, living on our pensions has become, well, it's just harder and harder all the time. Now, this is the result of this reckless inflationary spending of this Liberal Prime Minister being propped up by his partners in the NDP, and apparently now also the Bloc. Liberal policies have led to record inflation, with millions of Canadians now struggling to simply keep their heads above water. The standard of living continues to drop in Canada, experiencing the worst decline in per-person income out of all G7 countries over the last 5 years. Seniors on fixed income are uniquely at risk from inflation, as fixed incomes are unable to keep up with the cost of living that keeps growing due to all of the increased spending. It's not just in my own community where seniors are struggling, but across Canada. According to the Salvation Army, 75% of Canadians currently face challenges managing limited financial resources. Moreover, 25% of Canadians continue to be extremely concerned about having enough income to cover their basic needs, such as food and shelter. Not all seniors have paid off their mortgages, which have led to even more stresses. The Bank of Canada has recently confirmed that Canadians will see a steep jump in payments as millions of Canadians renew their mortgages over the next 2 years. This is just one more area where seniors, especially those on fixed incomes, are struggling. This legislation provides equity for all seniors, ensuring old age security is available to those between 65 and 74 years old. Seniors aged 65 to 74 should not be treated differently than seniors 75 or older, which has occurred under this Liberal government. As such, Conservatives support this measure as part of this legislation. This legislation also serves to safeguard seniors from potential clawbacks within the Guaranteed Income Supplement. It seeks to increase the exemption amount for employment income taken into account for eligibility. By increasing the GIS earnings exemption, this will minimize some of the clawbacks that seniors may experience. Seniors should be able to continue to work or go back to work if they choose to and are able to without the loss of federal retirement GIS. Especially considering seniors have been disproportionately impacted by rising inflation, they should not be penalized for working if they choose to and want to. To be clear, however, this legislation will not fix the cost of living crisis and the devastating situation caused by the Liberal government. Conservatives will continue to focus on fixing the budget to get the government spending under control and axing the tax and stopping the tax increases during this unprecedented cost of living crisis that has affected seniors in my community and communities across the country. In stopping the broken policies of the Liberals, along with their NDP and Bloc partners, common sense Conservatives will bring back the promise of Canada, where if you work hard, you should be able to get ahead and live and retire in a safe community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honour for Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise to speak to Bill C-319, Madam Speaker, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act. And I want to thank the sponsor, my colleague from Shefford, for tabling and moving this bill, Madam Speaker. Today, the bill is about increasing the old age security by 10% for those that are between the ages of 65 and 74. They were initially excluded by the Liberal government, Madam Speaker, when the government decided to increase the OAS for those for seniors. And they decided to create a two-tiered system of seniors, Madam Speaker, those that were over 75 and those that were over 65. Those that between 65 and 74 were going to be penalized, Madam Speaker, and not get the increase. Similar to what the Conservatives did, Madam Speaker, when they raised retirement age from 65 to 67. So we're seeing a pattern here, Madam Speaker, of both Liberals and Conservatives wanting seniors to work longer, and this was no different. Our seniors deserve better, Madam Speaker. They don't have the resources, many seniors across the country, to deal with the high cost of housing, the increase in inflation, especially those that are on fixed income. And they're bearing the brunt of this, Madam Speaker. I would argue that seniors and those people living with disabilities are feeling the pinch the most. And increasing the exemption for income from employment or self-employment is also important in the calculation of the guaranteed income supplement from $5,000 to $6,500. That's also incorporated in this bill. We want to make sure that seniors that do wish to work in the workforce and participate, that they're not being penalized, Madam Speaker. We need to do more. We know we need to do more, which is why the NDP put forward a dental care plan, a plan for pharmacare, so that seniors aren't making a choice of whether they're going to buy food or take the medicine that they need. And we're going to continue to work on ideas to help lift seniors out of poverty, Madam Speaker, and ensure that they have the best retirement possible in a retirement with dignity. So in 2021, when the Liberals brought in and they announced the 10% bonus for seniors over 75 and over, they decided to leave those out, and they created those two categories that I discussed earlier. I'm hoping, Madam Speaker, that we can move this bill quickly. This is a minority parliament. To make this minority parliament work, clearly this is a really important aspect of that. I also want to speak about the cost of this. I've raised this in the House of Commons many times since the Liberals brought in this two-tiered benefit for seniors, and they neglected those that were over 65 and under the age of 74. And I've raised this also at Government Operations Committee, where I've asked, the president of the former president of the Treasury Board at the time, and the current president of the Treasury Board, to re-examine this, to look at this, Madam Speaker. And I helped her break down the numbers, because we know that she knows that we have the lowest corporate taxes in the G7. That was something that the Harper government did. They brought corporate tax rates so low, Madam Speaker, that they're the lowest in the G7. They didn't do that for small business. They lowered corporate taxes by 5%. We've actually seen corporate taxes drop from 28% to 15% from the Chrétien era, Madam Speaker, to today. And the Liberals, they've maintained that low corporate tax rate. Well, oil and gas and big grocery, big banks have had record profits, Madam Speaker. And they've also failed to tackle the issue around tax havens, where we know that it was the Parliamentary Budget Officer, again, in 2019, he argued that, he calculated that between $21 and $26 billion a year, Madam Speaker, was being lost to tax havens. So the ultra-rich get these tax benefits, but seniors, they get targeted. Seniors that are trying to retire with dignity. And again, back in 2021, it was also projected that it would be $31 billion that was leaking the Canadian economy, Madam Speaker, so that the ultra-rich and CEOs could get off the hook again while seniors struggle to make ends meet. So what does the government do? They hired more people at CRA, but the people at CRA are focusing on small business people, on people struggling to make ends meet, and seniors, Madam Speaker. I've had seniors in my riding come to me, tell me that the government's coming after them for small amounts of money, when in fact the government could have hired auditors at CRA to target those that are maneuvering around the tax system to benefit themselves, the super rich and these big corporations. But instead, they're focused on everyday people, and that needs to change, Madam Speaker. But this is an excellent bill and an excellent start. And I've got some ideas on how we can cover it, because it's projected to cost $3 billion. A 1% increase in corporate tax. Again, back in 2015, the PBO projected to be about $2.6 billion. I would argue that would be around the same amount today. So a 1% increase in corporate tax would cover the costs of taking care of our seniors. But what does the government do, Madam Speaker? We know the Liberals and Conservatives, they're always going to be there for the big corporations and their friends. They're not going to do that. And we were able to pressure them, the NDP, to increase an excess profit tax on the big banks. And that was a 15% tax on the profit, Madam Speaker, over $1 billion. So that generated billions of dollars, Madam Speaker, that windfall tax. The PBO did an analysis of if they applied that tax, say on big oil and gas, it would be a profit of $4.2 billion that would generate. Now, we know the Conservatives in the UK, Madam Speaker, Conservatives in the UK charged an excess profit tax, a windfall tax on oil and gas. We can't even get Liberals to do that in Canada. I mean, the oil oligarchy that's happening here, and they're always arguing in the House of Commons who can build more pipelines between the two of them. Well, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, they're both good at building pipelines, but they're not good at tackling climate change. And Madam Speaker, they're also not good at taking care of seniors. We know that right across the country, and we're seeing that constantly. And so, Madam Speaker, I urge the government to look at an excess profit tax, look at closing tax loopholes for the super rich and tax havens, look at possibly increasing the corporate tax rate, because it shouldn't be like this for seniors. And I got an email from Janice from my riding, and she says, I must ask, why is it seniors collecting CPP and old age pensions receive less than CERB? The federal government stated they felt $2,000 a month was a livable wage, but many seniors are receiving substantially less. Many seniors are living silently in poverty. Are there any plans to address this shameful situation? And Madam Speaker, she wrote about being excluded. excluded in the OAS increase. Today we had an opportunity. The bill that my colleague put forward from Winnipeg Centre for annual basic income. The Liberals and Conservatives, Madam Speaker, they could have got behind that bill. They could have, a committee, prioritized people living with disabilities and seniors, the most vulnerable in our society, but they chose not to. They chose not to, Madam Speaker. It would have made sense. And when I ask people in my communities whether they think that we should continue this corporate welfare that's happening with tax havens, with the lowest corporate tax rate in the G7, with continued focusing CRA audits on everyday people while the big players get off the hook, and preferential tax rates for CEOs. Madam Speaker, everybody that I've talked to in my riding believes that we should be prioritizing taking care of our seniors and those living with disabilities. And a guaranteed livable income could have done that, Madam Speaker, but they chose not to do that. So, Madam Speaker, we're going to continue to come here to this House to bring forward good ideas. I'm really grateful for the Bloc bringing forward this initiative. I do appreciate this, and my colleague using her order of precedence to move this bill, Madam Speaker. We'll be supporting this bill wholeheartedly, and I hope that everybody in this House does, and that we can move it quickly, because people are struggling. They're struggling right now. Seniors are struggling on how they're going to pay their rent, how they're going to buy their food, how they're going to get their medicine, Madam Speaker. And I'm glad that we were able to take some pressure off them with dental care. But we know the rising cost of inflation, they can't keep up with it, Madam Speaker. So I hope that we can move this rapidly along here today and in the weeks ahead. And I want to thank my colleague again one last time for moving this bill. Thank you. Merci.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My first comment will be for the member of Shefford and the pride I have in being a member of the Bloc Québécois. I'm so proud of her for the work she's done since 2019 in promoting the importance of having fairness for seniors. If there's one thing we should take from Bill C-319, well, there are two things: fairness and dignity. Fairness, why? Because, as my colleagues have said, the old age security is a universal system. It applies to those 65 and over, and it's under federal jurisdiction. So by creating, as this government has done, discrimination based on age, i.e., providing an increase to the benefit for those 75 and over, they've basically turned their backs on people aged 65 to 74 who are supposed to benefit from the same universal plan or program. So this is discriminatory. It orphans a whole group of seniors, and it's unacceptable. And yet the government did precisely that. The government is in a position to rectify that inequity, and at committee we heard witnesses. There are millions of people affected, and what you always need to remember is that 30 to 40% of the seniors affected live only from their OAS benefits. They live off that alone. And so there were some organizations representing seniors who said that half of their members, or 39% of Quebecers, live off some $21,000 to $22,000 a year. And that is basically the OAS and the GIS combined. So it's unacceptable. They live entirely off those benefits. Now, of course, this is not a homogenous group. Seniors are not a homogenous group, but there's no more homogeneity among 65 to 74-year-olds than there is among those 75 and over. So it's supposed to be a universal program, and the idea is to give all seniors the same treatment. It should be equal. It should be fair, because the current situation is wholly unacceptable. That's what we're calling for. We've received the support of the House, the support of the committee, so the federal government should correct this injustice, should work towards dignity for seniors, because if this is going to cost $3 billion, well, is that an expense or is it an investment? Because when you push them into a situation of vulnerability and precarity, well, their whole quality of living is affected. And it creates a type of isolation. Some of the evidence we heard was that for a person who earns $21,000 to $23,000 a year, well, they're going to be very isolated. They're not going to have any discretionary spending money. They're not going to be able to take part in activities. So if this unfairness is corrected for those 65 to 74, well, then we can help people, and it'll be easier for them once they are 75 and over. The Conservatives would call this common sense. In a society like ours, where the social safety net, the federal government's social safety net, there's EI, there's OAS, and so on, for example, the whole reason for those programs is to protect people against vulnerability. And when we heard government members at committee saying people 65 to 74 don't need this, well, there's something really indecent about that type of remark. For a person on a fixed income, what a difference this could make for their housing, for their groceries, for their healthcare costs. And we mustn't forget the issue of women, because a majority of this group are people who live alone and are women. So it's no mistake that those 65 and over of this generation, that women may be living alone at home. They may have had, not very good jobs. They might not have had access to the benefits or the employment benefits and so on. So those women are even in an even more fragile situation. And my colleague mentioned that the Quebec Association of Retired People, when the OAS was first created, it was seen as a significant step forward for society. And now we're ranked 13th among OECD countries when it comes to the benefits for seniors. So it's time that the basic level of support for people who qualify for OAS, so 65 and over, it's time to improve that basic level, and they need to have that benefit for life. It needs to be a benefit not just for them, but it's also a benefit for society, a benefit for people who contributed greatly to society. Thank you.
The private member's business is now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. L'honorable député de Thérèse.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville will have 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining when the bill is before the House again. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, tonight I get a chance to revisit an exchange I had in question period at the end of May. Sadly, it was an exchange about the economy. Things have not gotten any better since May here in Canada, and we find ourselves dealing with just continuing economic crisis brought on by the policies of the Liberal government following the failed Trudeau economic plan of the 70s and 80s, of course. I think now in successive governments, Liberal governments led by that family, we've run 24 deficits in 25 years. and had just a constant stream of crises, housing crises, energy crises, unity crises, and the like. Madam Speaker, my question back then was around the reckless government, the most incompetent, reckless government in Canadian history, undertaking radical experiments with objectively terrible results, of course supported by the NDP and now the Bloc. Back then I referenced an RBC report that talked about, quote, a slow bleed over the last 2 years that left per capita output back at 2016 levels, and asked about that falling per-person income in Canada. The response actually from the parliamentary secretary at the time was kind of interesting. The parliamentary secretary didn't defend the government, didn't talk about the successes that the government had or refute any of my claims. He did take issue with the fact that I would use GDP per capita or growth per capita as a measure. He said it was, quote, not a particularly useful one, as most economists will say. So I did a little bit of digging. It wasn't very hard actually to find on the Statistics Canada website. So I'm not sure if the Liberal government right now is anti-Statistics Canada, but this year Statistics Canada had this to say, quote, slower economic growth over the past year and near record population increases fueled by temporary and permanent immigration have put the spotlight on recent trends in Canada's gross domestic product per capita. It went on to say that, quote, recent reports have all stressed the trend towards weaker per capita growth, highlighting its negative implications for living standards and wage growth. And a little bit later in the same document, the same Statistics Canada document, a document quoting information that the parliamentary secretary on behalf of the government says is not credible or supported by economists. Statistics Canada said GDP per capita is widely used to gauge differences in living standards across countries. Higher levels of per capita output are generally found in more developed economies with advanced infrastructure, better healthcare and education systems, and higher levels of access to technologies and innovation. So, Madam Speaker, my question today, I'd like whichever parliamentary secretary is going to answer the question today, I'd like them to correct the record if they could, or clarify the Liberal position on whether rapidly declining GDP per capita is bad, my assertion that that's bad for Canada. The parliamentary secretary said not necessarily. And more importantly, I want to hear something about a plan. We'll get 4 minutes, hopefully right now, to hear something about a plan moving forward to reverse the economic devastation being inflicted by our country, on our country by this Liberal, NDP, and now Bloc coalition.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Madam Speaker, I thank the colleague for the opportunity to defend our government's responsible economic plan that has left Canada in an enviable fiscal position. Let me begin today by stating some facts. Canada's net debt to GDP ratio is well below that of our G7 peers, and we are one of only 2 G7 countries rated AAA by at least 2 of the 3 major global rating agencies. This has been achieved through our government's responsible economic plan that has enabled proactive investments to support Canadians and Canada's long-term prosperity, which will have a direct and lasting impact for future generations. In Budget 2024, we provided an economic plan that makes generational investments by raising revenues through an increased capital gains inclusion rate. This will make life cost less for Canadians while making our tax system fairer for everyone. Transformative investments in clean energy, in opportunities for workers, in innovation, and to improve housing affordability will support a business environment that gives investors confidence Canada's workforce is ready for more opportunities. This will enable our economy to attract more investment and to create more jobs. Budget 2024 also supports fairness for every generation by sticking to the fiscal objectives laid out in the Fall Economic Statement, setting both deficits and the federal debt burden on a downward track. And moving forward, we are committed to keeping deficits below 1% of GDP beginning in 2026-27 and future years. Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, since the April budget, Canada's economic indicators, have also remained positive. Canada was the first G7 country to bring down its interest rate and to do so a third time. This is a good news for property owners who will soon be renewing their mortgages. It's also good news for those who are buying their first property. And, of course, it's positive for all kinds of businesses of all sizes. Inflation of Canada fell to 2% in August. That was the 8th consecutive month of inflation being within the Bank of Canada's target inflation rate, and was the lowest inflation since February 2021. Canadian workers have higher and higher paychecks than before the pandemic, even after accounting for inflation. So the Canadian economy under our government's leadership is strong and resilient. This is positive for Canada. It means more jobs and better salaries. It's a financially responsible plan by our government. That's what we're offering Canadians. We offer Canadians an economy that works for everyone.
Edmonton Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary talks about an enviable position that we're in Canada. She touted good news for property owners renewing their mortgages. Madam Speaker, because of the policies of this Liberal government, a Canadian renewing a mortgage, a 5-year fixed-term mortgage, say, in September now versus someone who had a mortgage in September 2019, renewing now, they could be paying between $500 and $1,000 more in mortgage payments, monthly mortgage payments, for the same house. Could be paying $500 to $1,000 more for an average house in Canada, depending on where you live. I don't know that that's good news for anybody. That in a context of record food bank usage and unemployment that's 1% higher than it was 5 years ago at the same time. Madam Speaker, I'd love the honourable member to explain how that's good news for the people renewing their mortgages.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to rise in this House tonight to speak about our good economic financial plan. And from universal public health care to employment insurance to strong, stable, funded pensions like the Canada Pension Plan, there has always been an agreement that we will take care of our neighbours when they have the need. It gave our workers stability and our businesses confidence that the right supports were in place to keep our economy fair, keep people healthy, and keep the middle class strong. Avec le budget 2024,
through Budget 2024, our government is renewing that goal by opening the door to the middle class to millions of young Canadians, and we're doing so in a fiscally responsible way. Later this year, our government will table its fall economic statement, the next step of our economic plan, which seeks to build more homes, make life more affordable, and continue to invest in our growing, clean economy.
Fort York.
Madam Speaker, on April 29, 2024, I asked the Immigration Minister to explain to Canadians why an individual convicted 5 times of criminal charges facing a deportation order upheld by a federal court managed to get ministerial intervention to stop his removal. Madam Speaker, ministerial interventions are for serious, extreme circumstances, often life and death situations. So I asked the minister if it was his intention to make a mockery of our legal and immigration systems, or was his intervention guided by a political calculation to get more votes for his party? Regrettably, Madam Speaker, the minister responded by stating that these are not matters that we talk about publicly, much less on the floor of the House of Commons. Well, Madam Speaker, given the total mess of the immigration system under this government's watch, I don't blame the minister for not wanting to talk about it. For the record, the minister was not asked to divulge protected private information. I was asking him why he personally intervened in such a clear case of deportation as was upheld by his own department and the courts. Madam Speaker, it's worth giving background on the case, as there are important questions that any reasonable Canadians would ask as to why this particular deportation was not carried out. First and foremost, why did a 5-time convicted person receive preferential treatment? What warranted special consideration for the minister to personally overrule not only his own department, but also the federal courts? I have constituents waiting almost 3 years for family sponsorship, others with loved ones waiting over a year for a visitor visa, but a person with 5 convictions. who has blocked the building of national pipeline infrastructure, someone who is sentenced to 2 weeks of imprisonment for criminal contempt of court, and has also served time for blocking the main road to Vancouver's International Airport. That's what warrants the minister's special attention and his personal intervention? Is there something Canadians don't know that makes this person so special to the minister that he's willing to throw out rule of law and the integrity of our immigration system? At a time when Canada is still struggling to deal with the full scope of foreign interference in our country, the minister personally intervenes to stop the deportation of a 5-time convicted person who boasted, Madam Speaker, about $170,000 US in foreign money to fund illegal blockades of roads, bridges, and highways in BC's Lower Mainland. At a time when the immigration system is leaking like a sieve, where literal terrorists are being granted citizenship after taking part in ISIS terror videos, dismembering the bodies of people they murdered. This is what the minister thinks deserves his intervention. What's the criteria? Because thousands upon thousands of applicants would love to know. Or is there a new Liberal 2-tier immigration policy? Does this new Liberal policy have a limit on how many criminal convictions is too many? Clearly 5 criminal convictions is no problem for this minister. And Madam Speaker, it's no wonder that this government has been such a doormat to foreign interference when people who boast about being foreign funded as they block key road, bridge, and other infrastructure are saved from deportation. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I'm going to ask my question again. Now that the parliamentary secretary understands what I'm asking, was the minister's intervention intended to make a mockery of our legal and immigration systems, or was this intervention politically motivated to get a few more votes? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigrations, Refugees and Citizenship.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for raising this important issue. In general, applications are assessed on a case-by-case basis. Decisions are made by highly trained officers who carefully and systematically assess each application against the criteria set out in the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, or IRPA, and its regulation. The IRPA sets out the core principle and concept that governs Canada's Immigration and Refugee Protections Program, including provision relating to refugee and sponsorship and removal, detention, reviews and admissibility, hearings, and the jurisdiction and powers of tribunal. A decision to remove someone from Canada is not taken lightly. Madam Speaker, I would like to add that IRPA authorizes designated officers to issue temporary residence permit or TRPs to inadmissible foreign national when it is justified in certain circumstances. A TRP allows the holder either to enter Canada or to remain in Canada during the validity period of the TRP. A TRP provides the foreign national with temporary residence status in Canada. If the TRP is valid for at least 6 months, the foreign national may apply for a work or a study permit. Upon cancellation or expiration of the TRP, the foreign national must leave Canada. TRPs allow officers to balance the objective of the IRPA to meet Canada's social, humanitarian, and economic commitments while maintaining the health and security of Canadians. Clear records of decisions allows for the monitoring research necessary for the preparation of the annual report to Parliament. The number of TRPs issued is included in the annual report, and they are categorized according to the grounds of inadmissibility. Madam Speaker, I would like to point out that under the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, a foreign national who, in the opinion of an officer, is inadmissible or does not meet the requirement of this act becomes a temporary resident. If an officer is of the opinion that it is justified in the circumstances and issue a temporary resident permit, which may be cancelled at any time. The Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship Canada is authorized by legislation to exempt foreign nationals, including those whom may be under a deportation order, from any applicable criteria or obligation of the Act where he deems it's justified on humanitarian and compassionate considerations. The Minister takes this authority very seriously, and as well as his responsibility as Minister to ensure that he is executing his duties in a fair and objective manner. Due to privacy reasons, I will not speak on any individual cases. However, I assure you that he assesses each case brought to his attention to ensure that he exercises his authorities in the best interest of Canada, Canadians, and the people who use our immigration system. Speaker, I hope this is helpful, and thank you, Madam.
The honourable member for Spadina Fort York.
Madam Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary said 3 key words: highly trained officers. So why were the highly trained officers overruled by the Minister? I'm not asking for specific case details. What I'm asking for is the criteria with which led the Minister to intervene in the case of an individual that was convicted 5 times by Canada's courts. Because not only did the Minister override the highly trained officers in his own department, he also override Canada's courts. And frankly, Madam Speaker, it must take a lot of deep thought to overrule one's own department and ignore the findings of the court. So I asked the Parliamentary Secretary why, because frankly, I really need something to tell my constituents who are not getting special treatment from the Minister of Immigration.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for raising this important issue. Generally speaking, all of the cases processed by IRCC are assessed individually. Decisions are made by highly trained officers who carefully and systematically assess each application against the criteria set out in the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, or IRPA, and its regulations. The Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship Canada is authorized by legislation to exempt foreign nationals, including those who may be under a deportation order, from any applicable criteria or obligation of the Act where he deems it's justified on humanitarian and on compassionate consideration. The Minister takes this authority very seriously, as well as his responsibility as Minister to ensure that he is executing his duties in a fair and objective manner. Due to privacy reason,
I'm sorry, the honourable member's time is up. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, I'm here again tonight. We've now lost 47,162 people to poison drug supply. That's between January 2016 and May of 2024. Madam Speaker, that's more people lost than we lost in World War II. Yet we're not seeing a war-type effort, Madam Speaker, to save lives in this country and to fight this crisis. We've heard, from the experts, Madam Speaker, from the First Nations Health Authority, the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, the Chief Medical Health Officers of both British Columbia and Ontario, the Chief Coroners of both provinces, where the highest amount of deaths are happening in Alberta, BC, and Ontario. The Canadian Expert Task Force on Substance Use that was made up with a wide spectrum, including law enforcement, and Mom Stop the Harm, the Canadian Medical Health Association. Madam Speaker, what we've heard is they've been consistent and unanimous in saying that we need to stop criminalizing people who use substances. We need to replace the toxic street supply with a safer supply of drug replacement therapy, that we need to have treatment on demand, no-wait treatment, Madam Speaker, no-wait stabilization beds, so that when people want help, that they get help, that we invest heavily in recovery and prevention, focused at our youth, Madam Speaker, and of course enforcement, so that law enforcement can go after the manufacturers of the substances and those that are trafficking, especially those at the high levels. But Madam Speaker, most importantly, all of them have said we need to treat this crisis like the emergency that it is. The government has spent less than 1% responding to this crisis, Madam Speaker, than they did COVID-19. Why? Because of stigma. That's exactly why, Madam Speaker. We know who's dying, mainly men. When you look at my home province, you're 5.9 times more likely to die if you're First Nations. in Alberta, it's 8 times, Madam Speaker. The new Chalmette Tribal Council in my riding just declared a state of emergency. They're losing so many people, so many members, Madam Speaker. The nation of Ahousaht has lost over 100 members because of the mental health and substance use crisis just in the last few years. I know many of them. It's very painful to see what's happening. Also, the big city mayors have been calling for help, Madam Speaker. They're saying that not enough resources are being applied to respond to this. We've seen countries do this, Madam Speaker. Portugal saw a 77% drop in chronic daily users because they got the politicians out of the way. That's what we need to do. We need to support the experts with evidence-based policy and provide the resources. But Madam Speaker, this government, they put forward their drug strategy, and it's great. It meets all the same language that we see in Portugal, a compassionate, coordinated, integrated plan. But guess what it's missing, Madam Speaker? No timeline and no resources on how they're going to respond to the crisis. They've had an auto theft summit, Madam Speaker. Not saying that's not an important issue, but they have still not had a summit on the toxic drug crisis. Madam Speaker, the Substance Use Assistance Program on Vancouver Island, only one riding. Victoria got funding. Everybody else got shut out. Nations that needed that money, Greater Waterloo region, my colleague was saying, got nothing. Madam Speaker, we need action. We need this government to treat this with the war effort that it requires. Nobody is not feeling this right now. Nobody, no community is being left, Madam Speaker. This is what I would call an emergency, and this government's not treating it like that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Mental Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member of Courtney Alberni for his question and also for his strong advocacy on this matter. The overdose crisis is one of the most serious and unprecedented public health threats in Canada's recent history. It is driven by the increasingly toxic and ever-changing illegal drug supply. We are committed to examining all tools at our disposal and evidence to respond to the tragic increase in overdoses and to help save lives while supporting a balance between public health and public safety. We know that a comprehensive approach is needed to address this crisis. This includes efforts across the continuum of care to prevent drug use, reduce harms, and support people in accessing treatment and recovery services, as well as enforcement efforts to maintain public safety. It also includes ensuring people have access to critical supports such as housing. The Government of Canada has invested almost $200 billion over 10 years to support provinces and territories to deliver services, in addition to the $1 billion we have directly invested to address this crisis. Regarding the member's question, the Minister has been clear. Officials are working to reconstitute the expert task force so our response can be driven by evidence, not ideology. This government remains committed to addressing substance use and addiction as a health issue and not a criminal one. People struggling with addictions aren't criminals. They need health care, not to be in jail. We changed the legislation and issued guidance to make sure that in case of simple possession, police and prosecutors must now consider referring the person to health and social services, issuing a warning or taking no further action. As a result, they can consider both public health and public safety. We know that we cannot act alone. All partners must work together to make health and social services available and accessible so that people can be diverted from the criminal justice system into health care. And as with any policy, these efforts must be made with a comprehensive plan for implementation. An exemption can be one piece of the puzzle, but we know that these changes need to be complemented by a range of other actions that have their intended impact. We will continue working in partnership with all provinces, territories, municipalities, Indigenous communities, and experts to determine the best ways to support the health and well-being of people who use substances. And we remain committed to taking a public health approach to this crisis and keeping everyone in our communities safe.
The Honourable Courtney Alberti.
Madam Speaker, I'm urgently calling on the government to treat this like a wartime-like effort to come up with a plan with resources and a timeline, Madam Speaker. They've spent less than 1% than they did in COVID to respond to this crisis. They keep saying jurisdiction's a barrier, but they found a way through it through COVID, Madam Speaker. They need to listen to local communities and Indigenous peoples on how to work through this, Madam Speaker. We need to get politicians out of the way. Let experts lead with evidence-based policy. And Madam Speaker, we need to debunk and go and fight back against the Conservative disinformation, Madam Speaker. And the Liberals need to stop the incrementalism. This is an emergency, Madam Speaker. Here it's just me and you and the Parliamentary Secretary. Again, late at the end of the night, Madam Speaker. And I'll keep bringing you back here, Madam Speaker, until this government responds. People are dying on our streets.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I said, we are committed to addressing substance use and addiction as a public health issue while protecting public safety. There is no one-size-fits-all solution. We must keep working together to save lives, reduce harms, and help people access to health care services they need when and where they need them. We will continue working with provinces, territories, municipalities, Indigenous communities, and experts to determine the best ways to support the health and well-being of people who use drugs. This includes working with partners to divert people from the criminal justice system into the healthcare system and making health and social supports more available and accessible. Our commitment to addressing this crisis is unwavering, and we will continue to consider all options.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.